exactly what you need. Beware the living.
Don't die out there. The dunes have everything we need. Be quick. Be clever.
What up, Claire? You're here to react and steal my PTR content. Please proceed with the content. Yeah. Oh, dude.
Fare you.
That guy was so fucking weird.
What brings you here?
Can I get that raid trinket as a priest? Or do I have to... Nope. Gotta fake it. Alright. I don't even remember this trinket.
Ancestors watch over you.
It's not ready yet.
Okay. Ba-da-ba-ba, ba-ba-da, ba-ba-da-ba, ba-ba-da-ba, da-ba-da-ba, ba-ba-da-ba. Why not use benevolence? Why not use Halo? What's the value of Halo? It's cooler. I mean, like at least we're being fucking honest now. I like how it looks. What's going on, Moist? Also benevolence. Benevolence. Increase the healing of all your spells. I don't know. I feel like that's got to be more useful. 64,000 spot healing on a 15-second cooldown. How often did I use it last time? Power word life. Oh shit. What does Surge of Light do? Makes it instant. No mana. I just don't know how much healing I actually had to do in that dungeon is the problem. Did I use it here at all? Power word life, 1.7%. See that? I feel like if Power Word Life does 2% of my overall healing, I feel like that's still better than doing 3% more across everything, because it's a situational heal. If it did 3% of my healing and it was useful as a spot heal, why would you ever take fucking Benevolence? So I feel like it doing less than 3% is not damning. It's not like, whoa, you could just be doing 3% more. No. The whole point of it is it's a spot heal that Disc Priest doesn't necessarily have like a replacement spell for it in its kit. Is Penitence go to Mythic Plus? From the knowledgeable people I've spoken to about Disc Priest, you don't want to take it. Now, maybe they're dumb. I don't know. Maybe they're baiting me. But they have Flash Heal? Yeah, but Power Word Life is both stronger, cheaper. Well, depending on whether or not you have Surge of Light procs. But stronger, a lot stronger, cheaper. I guess it doesn't apply Atonement, but okay, we'll try it. Admittedly, I thought Power Word Life did more healing than that. Did they nerf the amount of healing Power Word Life does? I thought I remember that thing being a fucking atomic bomb of a heal. And I mean, like, it's certainly not a small amount of healing, but it's also only, like 50% more than Surge. Or, Flash Heal. Used to hit like an LOH? Yeah, like, I remember back in beta, when I would use Power Word Life, it would... Even in, like, dog shit eye level back then, it was like... I remember it would move health bars. Alright, let's see here. By the way, do you ever press renew in keys? You just eat the mana cost of Flash Heal, right? I'm trying to think if there's ever a situation where I'd want to press renew, and I don't think there is. Unless it's like moving, unless you're like on the move and you don't have a surge proc or something. You press it a lot in raid though, right? It's like a good a toner applier. Let's see, do we jump in a Throne of Tides? I don't really want to do Throne right now, but maybe we're stuck. We're going to try out this Raid Chart Trinket on Priest. It's kind of annoying because you have to be in melee range, but... Fuck it. Rep Paladin. Bro, just put something up here that's not fucking Throne of the Tides or Dawn. Let me be specific. Not Throne of the Tides or Dawn. When was I playing with now? What? Oh. Yeah, I guess it's been a while. Holy shit. Like one key, I think. I think I did like one key like last week with him. How about them donkeys? Yeah, holy fuck. We're gonna blame that one on the flu and just move on from it. How's Resto Shaman on PTR? I'll put it this way. It's like the only healer I don't see anybody playing. If you scroll through, like, this is actually really good. This is actually a fantastic example right now. If you scroll through LFG, we've got Evoker, Mistweaver, Holy Paladin, Resto Druid, Holy Paladin, Disc Priest, Mistweaver. The only fucking healer you don't see here is Resto Shaman, which I feel like that's actually just a perfect illustration of what I was going to say. I was like, I just don't feel like I ever see anybody playing. I see people playing every other healer. I never see anybody playing Resto Shaman. And then LFG actually just made my point for me. Every fucking healer represented here except Resto Shaman. And technically, I guess Holy Priest, like, you don't really see anybody playing Holy Priest, but I don't know if that would change if Disc Priest was, like, removed from the game. I don't know if you would rather play Holy than some of the other specs. And it's just Disc is better than Holy, so you always play Disc. Bro, I want to be in that group right there. Or Tyrannical Waycrest. Yeah, I'll sign up for that shit. Interesting group there. Windwalker. By the way, what's the rotation for after you apply Shadow Fiend or Mindbender, I guess? Is it? I was originally pressing Mind Blast and then Shadow Word Death, but after thinking about it, I was like, I don't know why I did that. You would want to go Mind Blast into Penance, right? And then probably Shadow Word Death. And then do you send D-Star no matter what in a Mindbender? Oh, look at Greg here. We have a very good fucking... Hold on. Ooh, this is a very good group buff group. Look at this shit. We got Mark, we got Chaos Brand, we got Mystic Touch, we got Int buff that doesn't benefit anybody. Fuck. If that had been a warrior, woo! Shukio, thank you for the reset, babe. 66 months. Appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the Jade babes. How does Holy Pally feel compared to Disc? Holy Pally is good. Like, it's a good healer. The problem, and I've heard other paladins comment on this as well, I feel like my mana gets fucking destroyed when I play paladin. I feel like I'm just constantly battling my mana bar in a way that, you know, it's not that other healers don't have the potential to be mana crunched in like heavy HPS situations, but with Paladin, it just felt like just kind of running through the dungeon, doing my normal shit, like just, you know, vibing. I was constantly trending towards which is really annoying.
As you command, mistress.
What trinkets is Greg wearing? Yeah, Raychar, let's go. And Ember of Nullification, interesting. Berlo live. That's actually a really good attempt by the text-to-speech for that name. Berlo live. Alright.
PISF.
That's not really what I meant to press. Also not really what I meant to press.
Cannot stop my curse.
Switch.
You belong to me now.
PI Verlive.
Your destruction is at hand.
Switch.
Release the iris to me, sister. The more you struggle, the more you bleed.
Oops, I fucking...
Switch.
I thought I was a night elf for some reason. I'm gonna die. Holy fuck. I thought I was a night elf and I tried to meld and I was a dwarf and I pressed it early. If I just would have waited...
Switch.
You've had your turn. You bear the black mark.
Spread.
Fuck me, dude.
Switch.
Release the iris to me, sister.
Leave.
My thorns will rip you to shreds. My roots will sprout again.
Not smart enough to play disc? No, you're right. You are right.
Considered polite to murder your hostess's servants? On second thought, don't answer that. I can tell by your dull But in your corner of the world, the concept of a home not made of down is like being new and exciting.
Targeted.
P.I. Seth.
I think maybe I don't PI the mage here. Maybe we exclusively use that for
P.I. Seth.
Yep, I thought it was my other trinket, dude. I just killed myself. I just killed myself. I thought that was my shield trinket I was using. It was not my shield trinket that I was using. What the fuck is this? I swear to God that this macro uses 14 then 13, right? Why the fuck was my other one on CD? No one's standing in the fountain. Wah, wah. Come on, somebody ask for a PI, dude. Come on, dude. Come on, man. What the fuck?
P.I.
Thank you.
Live.
Oh my god, dude. Oh, I was not prepared for this. Fuck.
Continue to meddle in my affairs, and your deaths will be long and abhorrent.
Targeted.
Need a target.
Come on, ask for the PI.
PI Seth.
Fuck it, you got it. I don't care. Oops.
Dodge. Dodge.
Ow.
Dodge. Dodge.
Oh, dear. It seems you have slaughtered my entire household. The carnage is dripping through the floorboards. Why not join me in the basement and marvel at death's beauty? Lopez, you will
PISF.
No.
PISF.
Oh, look, husband. Your supper has arrived. No! You won't take it from me! Simply inferior! No! You won't take it from me!
Targeted.
Damn it.
PISF.
Targeted.
And just release here, dude.
Foresight. Death cannot be stopped. By destroying Lady Waycrest, you have opened the doorway to your world. Now, your nightmare is just beginning.
We're too late. Wait, who are you?
It doesn't matter who they are. We need their help. Gorak Tool.
Death consumes all!
Set them aflame before the Trust King resurrects them. Set them aflame before the Trust King resurrects them. Set them aflame before the Trust King resurrects them. Set them aflame before the Trust King resurrects them. Set them aflame before the Trust King resurrects them.
PISF.
Cannot hold me.
Where is all this loot? Holy shit. God damn, I'm not even haste capped in this dungeon? I guess I'm not really wearing a haste ring at all, eh?
We've done it. Gorak Toll has been banished.
See? There is nothing a strong arm and a sharp steel can't fix.
Thank you, heroes. You've broken the coven and released us from Gorak Tool's power. We are in your debt.
Alright, how'd the trinkets compare? Eh. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Oops. What up, Malchus? Show talents? Yeah. Oh, you think I used my defensives like a single time that dungeon? What makes Disc Priest good now? It can do quite a bit of damage while healing.
What now?
Brings PI to the group.
What is it?
Alright, what if we swap to the haste ring? We're gonna lose some
Remember, patience
Surviving means being resourceful.
Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Looking for something special?
Can I explain Shadow Covenant change? Yeah, so they took Shadow Covenant, which was an active ability, and this is part of the broader goal of the devs with Disc Priest was to get rid of some of the buttons. So they took Shadow Covenant, which was its own button on whatever, like a 30-second cooldown, and they've now just tied it to Mindbender or Shadow Fiend. So that for so long as your Shadow Fiend / Mindbender is out, you are in Shadow Covenant. And then the goal is to just extend your, well, assuming you're playing the Squid build, which I think everyone will be. I don't think there's any good reason not to. You'll go down the right side of the tree here. Then the goal is to try to extend your Mindbender as long as possible through Inescapable Torment. Which means Penance, Mind Blast, and Shadow Word Death will all extend your Mindbender or Shadow Fiend by an extra second each time you use them. So you just try to keep it out as long as possible, and then also by spamming your Smite, Mind Blast, and Penance, you reduce the cooldown of Mindbender, so it becomes this kind of self-perpetuating loop where you try to get out Mindbender because it empowers a bunch of your shit, makes you hit harder, does good stuff, and then you just try to keep spamming your buttons while you're in Shadow Covenant / having Mindbender out, which will both, I mean, there's a lot of overlap where both Penance and Mind Blast both reduce the cooldown of your Shadow Fiend and extend the duration of it. Shadow Word Death becomes just kind of a throughput button inside of Shadow Covenant. And then Smite Spam brings your Mindbender back faster. So you're just trying to keep slamming buttons. Like that's, I mean, whenever you do any character you play, your goal should be to be pressing buttons as much as possible. Like very often when we talk about healer damage, people ask, how do you do so much damage? Most of the time, the difference, if you're looking at your meters and you're looking at somebody else's and they're doing more damage than you, usually what that means is they're just pressing their buttons a lot more than you are. At that point, if you're getting hard gapped on DPS as a healer, it is virtually always that you're simply not pressing your buttons enough. And you just need to be trying to always, the ABC, always be casting, always be casting. That is doubly true with Disc Priest right now, because every smite that you cast shaves 2 seconds off your Mindbender. So if you're not doing anything else, you should smite. If you don't know what to cast, smite, and just keep hammering that button because it's going to be lowering the cooldown of your most important CD. Nobody's ever sold Disc Priest to you this well. It's actually, yeah, I'll be honest. When I'd been kind of avoiding Disc Priest for a long time, and then once I jumped on PTR and started fucking around with it, and I saw how well the class synergizes with itself, how cohesive its kit is, like how all the buttons feed into a cycle. It was like, it's actually kind of lit. Like, it all hinges. Now, again, this is assuming you're playing down the right side of the tree, which every Disc Priest will. But it just becomes a game of like trying to keep Mindbender out as much as possible. And basically all the buttons you want to be pressing are the buttons that are helping you out anyway. Like the buttons you would want to be pressing independent of like Shadow Covenant and Mindbender, like Mind Blast, like Shadow or Death, like Penance. Your big DPS spells, those are already just like doubling as things that do big healing inside of your Shadow Covenant and bring your Mindbender back faster. Will you play the right-hand side of it in raids too? Yeah. Yeah, Mindbender is just doing an insane amount of work for Priest right now. Not Mindbender? Are you sure? Why wouldn't you play Mindbender? Because Shadow Fiend gives more Shadow Covenant power and lines up better with raid damage. Why does Shadow Fiend give more Shadow Covenant power? Have I tried Wheel and Woe? Where the fuck is it? No. I don't know what you'd trade off to get it. I guess maybe the fucking Divine Aegis or something.
Protect the priestess. Let no one make it through.
P.I. Seth.
God damn it, man. Okay. So does being on the thing not stop juggernauts anymore? I don't even know. It does, but we're all too close. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. Oh shit.
PISF.
Targeted.
Have a target.
Oops. Yeah, I don't like this. I shouldn't have said yes to... Somebody asked about... God damn it. Fucking change direction, strafing right as I'm talking. I said yes to a Taltazar and I shouldn't have. Somebody's like, you want to do a Taltazar? I should have just been like, no.
Targeted.
I actually feel like when you're pugging, you just go right. You just don't do this fucking side. Wheels on out. What happened here? Pixel, thank you for the resub, babe. 4 months. Appreciate it. And thank you for your continued inclusion in the J-Dial, babes. Why exactly is this side something people want to do? It's just faster if you can do it correctly. If you get everything grouped up and stopped, you can get a lot of count really quickly. The way that Ataldazar, the route meta, progressed in BFA used to be that left side was like super banned. Nobody ever did it, ever. And then I think Blizzard made some hot fixes, maybe to like the way the Colossus worked or something. But then in MDI, people started going left. And I think people realized that like it's doable. And once people realized it was doable, then it became a thing of like, whoa, well, shit. I mean, if you can live, this is actually like really good count, like really fast, but it can also go very badly very quickly. And it's you have to, everybody has to know what they're doing, because if you don't bait juggernauts, then they're gonna fucking annihilate you. And if you don't get stops on the confessor, if they drop that shield on top of the pack, you just like die. So it's critical that you have somebody that baits, everybody else stays in range of the melee pile. Like everybody needs to stack in melee. You need to have one person out baiting, and then you have to make absolutely fucking sure that you stop that confessor. And if you do all those things, then the packs are about the only thing that's an issue is the dots casting on people, which is like fairly trivial. Should you go disc or Mistweaver? Well, I think disc will be the safer choice. If you really like Mistweaver, I don't think it's a bad tier to pick it. If you're just trying to decide on what you want to play to have peace of mind, I think you could pick disc right now and feel pretty confident that you'll be in good hands. Playing healer with no kick is nice, but also terrible. It is funny how my mind has shifted on that topic. I remember when I didn't have a kick, like when like basically no healers had kicks, I remember thinking like, man, it would be nice to be able to stop some stuff. Then they gave some healers some kicks and I got a kick, and then I was like, man, it sucks being responsible for stopping stuff. And now I've played healers with no kicks again a bit on PTR, and I'm back to being like, man, it fucking sucks not being able to kick anything. What up, Keita? Oh, Red Paladin. Okay, okay, okay. All right, realistically, am I going to be able to use this trinket in this dungeon? Or am I going to be baiting a lot of shit? Fuck it, we'll throw this on. Do I think Prevoker's in a good position for Season 3 dungeons? I mean, I think it'll be a good healer. I think it's primarily faced with the prospect of getting locked out of the meta because augmentation is like the most powerful spec in Mythic Plus at the moment.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
P.I. Berliv.
Come on, somebody ask for it. Fuck it, I'm just gonna PI on this. No, dude. God damn it. Right as I pop this fucking... Oh, fuck. Okay. This was wait. I don't know... I noticed that I had fucking bop. I actually just had the most incredible fucking brain fart right there. Where I saw Bop on me, and I saw that he was fixating me for another, like, 3 seconds, and I was like, oh, well, the duration of his fixate is less than the duration of Bop. If I jump into his mouth right now, I'll live. I don't know why the fuck that particular... I don't know why the fuck I thought that. Let's just send a trinket here at the end.
Rezan was a powerful lord. Perhaps you will make a worthy sacrifice for...
Fixate is different cast in the value. Yeah, I realized that afterwards, but in the moment...
P.I. Berliv.
There we go, baby. Uh-oh.
PI will live.
Fuck, Mr. DH.
You die with me!
PI will live.
Boltal, in pieces again? No matter. I can rebuild him. But when you die, there will be no coming back.
P.I. Overlive.
Nope, I knew that, dude. I don't know why the fuck I assumed that wasn't gonna happen to me. I do not know why the fuck I assumed I was not just gonna get railroaded by a fucking Juggernaut right there. I am so fucking stupid. Is Juggernaut still alive? We're gonna wait for him to go one time here. Alright. That was so goddamn dumb of me.
Servants of Yasma are not welcome here.
Add.
My claws will find your heart.
Enter.
Corruption be purified.
Okay, this is good.
Add.
My claws will find your heart.
Cast it, you fuck.
Enter.
You do not belong here.
Add.
My claws will find your
What? There's no shot, dude. I was moving. Oh, this guy's fucking eating everything, isn't he?
Enter.
P.I. Overlive.
belong here.
Add.
My claws will find your heart.
Enter.
Corruption be purified.
My thanks for killing the priestess. You have only succeeded in strengthening my hold on the temple.
No, 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 no. Okay. Phew.
Impressive. You made it farther than I thought. But I will still be drinking your blood.
God damn it. I really get stunned on my fucking... Oh my god.
Targeted.
Alright, do we have Bloodlust? No, we don't. Do I hold for bloodlust? Maybe.
The Tsar will awaken soon, but you will not live
Interrupt.
to see it.
P.I. Verloberliv.
Nah, fuck it.
Your soul be shattered.
Interrupt. Interrupt.
Ugh.
Tear your soul apart.
Interrupt.
Mhm. Oh, we don't have a lust class. I see now.
Interrupt. Interrupt. Death.
Your soul be shattered.
Interrupt.
Your blood is mine.
God damn it! Why did that spy? Oh my god! I fucking jumped and ran into the fucking wall.
Your blood is mine. I will put your blood to good use. Now that you no longer need it. The Tsar will awaken soon, but you will not live to
Interrupt.
see it.
P.I. Verloberliv.
Tear your soul apart.
Interrupt. Interrupt.
Fuck off, spider.
Death.
Your soul be shattered.
Interrupt. Interrupt. Interrupt.
Oh, that was a good time to trinket, you fucking idiot. God, fuck off, spider!
Interrupt.
I feel like, did I do something to my? Did I change the way I DPS on this character? Because I felt like I didn't do shit for DPS this dungeon. I don't know if it was just a harder dungeon or. Nerf descends the mini is quite evident. I mean, even if you multiplied this by 20%, I don't feel like that was like. I don't feel like my damage is good. Isn't a lot of that I didn't use double DPS trinkets? No. No, I mean, even for no double DPS trinkets, I feel like that's low. Like again, even a DPS trinket was going to add maybe 10% more to that.
I am forsaken. Watch your
Peace, friend. We shall meet again.
Have a good one.
How many times did I PI this dungeon? 8 times, 2-minute cooldown. We finished this key in 23 minutes. Yeah, I feel like people aren't using their fucking CDs enough or something.
Interesting. Be good.
Five, 4, 3, 2.
All that stuff was dying too fast?
PI Verloberliv.
No, I don't think it's that. I don't think I necessarily do more damage. Honestly, I think a lot of disc damage is like front-loaded in the pull. Slam a fucking Mindbender, rip shit, easy peasy. Okay, I think every one of these is gonna go on me. Ah! Why did I trinket right there? I'm so dumb. Holy shit! Did I just jump back into it? Oh, I'm so fucking tilted, man. Right after saying it's gonna be on this fucking side, is gonna be on me, I just fucking use the trinket that snares me. Fuck yeah, baby.
P.I. Verlober live.
Oh.
Now I see.
The darkness. It is gone.
You aren't the ones who did this? I understand now. You must find Kutalos. You must put a stop to this.
Invaders have breached the passage to the crates. Ilisana, you must hold them here. We have much to lose. Your father's life most of all.
You need not worry. I will not fail, Atosius. Men, the invaders come for us. Do not let them pass. For Kalimdor!
P.I. Verlober live.
Oh.
Dodge. Dodge.
Ryan, thank you for the resub, babe. 9 months, appreciate it. Congratulations on our J Dot baby, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the J Dot babes.
Dodge. 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 Dodge.
Well, you know what week we're going? This one I have 20 stacks for Rhapsody.
We will bury you here, fools.
Targeted.
You cannot escape! The hunt is eternal.
Targeted.
You cannot escape! Guards, hold them off! I will burn you alive!
Beam.
Oh, I'm in hell right now. Being the only fucking caster. Bro, there's no fucking shot you guys aren't kicking that while you don't do anything except stand there. Jesus fuck. This is good shit.
Targeted.
The hunt, you cannot escape!
Targeted.
You cannot escape!
Targeted.
You cannot escape!
Drop.
It should not be legal to get the fucking Dark Rush when you're also the guy with the glaive.
Targeted.
Please stop.
You cannot escape!
Dude. Fuck being the only ranged on this fight. I'm about to not be a fucking disc priest just to avoid that. This might be Mistweaver gang just to... just so I never have to deal with that shit.
P.I. Live.
Ow, what the fuck? Do I change something with nameplates? No. I mean, not in the last, like, year and a half or something.
Targeted.
No, dude, what the fuck? Dude, not having natural snares on shit sucks ass.
Targeted.
P.I. Berliv. Your favorite dungeon from Legion was Seat? Why? Is Bear behind other tanks from my POV? It seems like it might be doing a bit less damage. It's definitely got less, like, control than, say, Vengeance. P.I. Berliv. What the fuck? Why did I try to finish that cast? I'm so fucking stupid. Fuck! Bro, I can't tell if I changed something about the way I play Disc Priest, but I feel like I'm just doing less damage. Like, I know before anybody's like, you know they nerfed Sins of Me. I understand there were nerfs. I feel like I'm doing less damage than I should be. And I don't know if I changed something.
Fiends, you shall never have our world.
3, 2, 1.
Turn away.
3, 2,
Enough.
1.
I tire of this. Ravencrest, you worthless husk. 10,000 years have not been kind. Now you.
No.
No. What happened? This is not my ancestors.
I will overlive.
Heroes, you must defeat him. You expect these worthless marvels to defy the Legion? Souls of my ancestors, to me! Aid our champions!
Dead.
We are Legion.
Well, almost ran into that. Let's go.
Sleep now.
It is good to see you here.
Rapture has ICD? Yeah, I just forget to press it.
Fair skies and strong winds.
Disc versus Holy Pal from my experience. Well, Holy Pal is a bit of a weird. It's in a weird place right now because I feel like it's a good healer, but when I played it, I went as fuck in a way that no other healer has. I mean, a lot of other like Disc, I don't even pay attention. Maybe when I do more healing, it'll become a bigger deal. But on keys that felt like they should have been relatively chill. You know, I think if I remember, I think on my pally I was doing like 20s, low 20s at worst. I was going fucking in the middle of dungeons, which is like, that is just not, that is just not like a thing that other healers have to, other healer specs have to contend with. So it's tough because I felt like Pally felt fine when I had mana, but every 10 minutes or so, I would just be like, oh, fuck, I can't cast any spells because I'm And that's, that's not a good feeling in a dungeon when
You don't feel it, you know. It's one thing when I'm, you know, I was back doing like MDI, we're just chaining as fast as we can, you know, just go, 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 go. You should never get a chance to sit, drink. You're always fucking healing your ass off. Like, you're using inefficient spells to keep people alive, that kind of shit. But when you're just doing like fuck around keys on PTR and going that becomes a lot more concerning because it's like, well, it's only going to get worse from here. And already on these fairly relaxed keys, I feel like I'm. So it's mostly an issue of, I think, Holy Paladin's playstyle revolves around spamming the heals that cost the most. Like Blizzard put the pain points on the heals that you just want to be pressing all the time as Paladin. You're just Holy Shocking and casting Judgment like nonstop, and then you're just like hemorrhaging mana doing that. And it's, I don't know. If they fix that, if they make it so that for whatever reason in keys your mana doesn't feel like shit, then yeah, I think Paladin's definitely in the mix. But it was like distractingly shitty to have your mana be that much of an issue. All right, I need to go AFK for a sec to go grab a drink real quick. I will be right back.
All right. Well, yeah, I gotta say, I feel like this priest damage has come down a bit. I mean, I definitely felt like for I don't know, maybe with a cleaner group. Part of it is like feel like your damage on disc definitely does to some extent hinge on how clean your group plays, because if people are just like getting hit by random shit in the middle of your mindbender and you're having to like stop and like spot heal people and not use globals for DPS, then that definitely does cuck your damage to some extent. But at the same time, even on pulls where I was able to hit everything that I wanted to, I didn't feel like my damage was necessarily insane. Tried evoker damage after the nerf? No, I don't think it came down very... I haven't really played evoker at all on PTR, and maybe I'll regret that, but I think the only way you see evokers is if you nerf hog. I mean, the only way you see preservation evokers is if you nerf hog. You suck at tanking and Bear's bugging in PTR too. It wasn't a matter of tanking. Like, I didn't have to heal you. It was other people in the group, but it was just like, I don't know. I felt like I probably, for the same amount of, like, if the dungeon had gone the same way on like druid or monk, I feel like I probably could have done 50k DPS on those classes too. Especially because some of this is propped up by last boss that my DPS was fine on. Is there a healer playstyle that I enjoy more than others? I honestly, like, I don't want to get excited about Mistweaver because that just never goes well. But like, Mistweaver's fucking, it's like fun to play. Now it has its issues, and yeah, there's some bosses where needing to stand on top of the bosses becomes really fucking annoying. A fight like honestly, where I felt it the most was in Everbloom when I was playing my monk, where Archmage Soul having to chase her around with like fire patches on the ground, frost orbs, like fuck that. Ancient Protectors dropping the green shit on the ground, forcing you to like run out and in, out and in, out and in all the time. Like, some of that stuff's really fucking annoying on a monk, where on another healer it's like a mild annoyance. Like on a monk, that becomes like the central difficulty of the fight, is just like staying on bosses. Typically, thank you for the resub, babe. 18 months. Appreciate it. And thank you for your continued inclusion in the J-Dot, babes. Stuff feels a little squishy for melee here. Honestly, I feel like Monk has gotten better in that respect. They have to be careful because Monk teeters on the brink of being overpowered. If they make it passively tanky, it's gonna be a fucking brick shithouse, because it's got plenty of active defensives. When diffuse, like when diffuse is good, it's maybe like the best fucking defensive CD in the game. Now it's niche because it only works on magic, but when it's magic, this might as well be an invulnerability. I mean, 60% mitigation, like if you're dying through 60% mitigation, it's one shot. There's no way that you're popping a 60% mitigation on something and it still kills you unless it's designed to be a one shot. So this more or less lets you live through any magic effect in the game. Also, it gets rid of magic dots, and not only gets rid of magic dots, puts them back on the attacker just in case it's a thing that actually does damage. There's been a few times in dungeons where there was something that you could reflect back onto the attacker and it does like legit fucking damage. So diffuse is crazy good when it's good. In the times where diffuse isn't good, you can use dampen, and that'll probably be enough, especially if it's like a big hit, you know, it scales with the amount of damage you're taking. So strong chance that one will do something to keep you alive. Now that bounce back is like a real thing, this helps you out on any of the kind of fights where there's like a we'll say sort of like slicing Maelstrom from last boss Court of Stars, that kind of damage pattern where it's like chunk 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 chunk. The first chunk is going to trigger bounce back, and then this will probably eat with a 6-second uptime, it'll probably eat 1 or 2 more ticks of that, so you'll be able to hang on. Did you yell? I heard Shauna yell. Bounce back is going to probably absorb 1 or 2 ticks if it's the kind of mechanic that does multiple rounds of damage. And then you've got I mean, if there was some...
Hi, can you call my phone? I think I rolled it up in the...
Okay.
Hold on, let me get up there.
Sorry. Kinda lost her phone and she thinks it's rolled up in the laundry somewhere, so I need to call it. Went to voicemail? I can't tell if that means she found it and declined the call. Or... Okay. All right, bye. Yeah, okay, bye. All right. But yeah, so it's got all those things. Like defensively, those are all things that help it live. You could take Fort Brew if you wanted to. You'd have to go out of your way. It would be cringy to do it. But if for whatever reason there was something in the dungeon that was like, there's this one goddamn thing I have to live through, and if we can do that, we're good, but I can't do that with my current build, you could go take Fort Brew and have a 6-minute fucking cooldown. They also buffed Expel Harm, so it's like an actually good little self-heal that's up all the time. And then what was the other thing I was gonna say? There was one more thing I was going to talk about, but I don't remember what it was now. It was blah, 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 blah. Oh well, whatever. So Monk has a lot of defensive tools. It's just the problem Monk has had is that they're virtually all, or at least have been all, active defensives, meaning you have to press them. And while those kind of defensives can be very strong, it also means that if you're not paying attention or you aren't anticipating getting hit hard by something, you just die to it, where something like a cheat death or like sanctified plates for paladin, that's just all passive. You know, it just gives you a shitload of stamina and avoidance and armor, and you don't have to think about it. It's just there. And those kinds of defensives tend to be more useful because oftentimes when you die to something, it's because it was unexpected. Like, it was one of those things where, like, if you knew it was going to happen, you wouldn't have died to it in the first place. You just wouldn't have gotten hit by it or whatever. So it's the unexpected damage that's what kills you, and you weren't ready to press a defensive for it because you didn't expect to get hit by it. So if they all of a sudden start cranking up Monk passive defensive, it could very easily push Monk into, like, brokenly Live Lord territory. I'm listening to this emotional mix, aren't I? I can just tell. I knew it. There's just this fucking... I wish I could blacklist this fucking... I don't know why so many people on my follow list on SoundCloud like to listen to this. Let's see. Do we do a Dark Heart Thicket? Actually, can't remember if I've done Dark Heart Thicket on a monk. Legion, Legion, Legion. Well, if I have, I haven't timed it on a 20 or above. Fuck it. All right, the full Chinese group. Let's send off this week's PTR Mythic Plus with a bang.
Welcome, friend.
Am I still going to play Pally since it seems to still be the king of Mythic Plus? Where is that narrative coming from? Who the fuck is saying Pally is still the king of Mythic Plus? It's too much utility. It's crazy that, like, people talk about utility when Pally's good, but as soon as people stop bringing Pally, all of a sudden, we just forget that it has utility. Like, did anybody give a shit about utility in Season 1? Where the fuck was Paladin utility at the end of Shadowlands, you know? Other healers always go before Pally if they're broken. I wouldn't have said Holy Priest and maybe Holy Priest Season 3 Shadowlands you would describe as broken with Boon. That it just did like a shitload of single target damage with buff. But Holy Priest Season 4 was definitely not what I would describe as broken. And I wouldn't have said that like Resto Druid Season 1 of Dragonflight was like broken. Maybe you would have called Evoker broken because of how much damage it was doing. But I wouldn't have termed like Resto Druid broken. What's the... Is the group like, stop? What's going on here? Everybody's speaking in Chinese in this group, and I can't tell. 2 people went offline, and then this guy opened a portal back to Valdrakken. I don't know if they just said fuck this and left. Well, that looks like a fuck this and leave. Okay. Okay. Well, so much for Chinese group to send off PTR with a bang. Let's see here. Stop queuing up for Dawn of the Infinite. I don't want to do a group with an Unholy DK and a Destro Lock, because that feels like bait.
May I have a word with you?
I mean, I wouldn't mind if Holy Paladin was meta next season, because I already have one ready to go. That's kind of the thing about once you capitulate to the meta and roll up the character, then it's got you in its hooks. It's got its hooks in you. Because once you finally say, fuck this, I guess I'll re-roll meta, then you're like, well, I mean, I made the character, so I guess I wouldn't have a problem with it staying meta forever. Better that it stays Holy Paladin meta than it does a weird fucking shift to like Resto Shaman meta. So then you get like, then you start gaslighting yourself, where, you know, a week ago you were like, oh, fuck Holy Paladin, I never want to play this dog shit spec. But then like once you roll it, then you're like, you know, Holy Paladin's kind of good. I hope it stays strong. I think I'm actually enjoying it. What up, Envious? Bro, give me one fucking group. Don't make me queue for... I don't want to queue for fucking Dawn of the Infinite. God damn it. And I don't want to queue for Throne of the Tides with a Destro Lock and an Unholy DK. That just feels like a bait group. But we're also running out of time here. Come on. I just saw somebody in my YouTube chat say, bro, why did I get recommended your stream randomly? I've never watched WoW. Hell yeah, dude. We're crossing cultural boundaries.
on. I saw another key pop up. Which one was it? What the fuck? A monk listed Atal, and his name is Monk D's Nuts. Dude, don't make me fucking heal this group, man. I don't. God damn it. What's my feeling on PTR Mistweaver? I am cautiously optimistic, and I say cautiously optimistic because this wouldn't be the first time I gassed myself up on Mistweaver, only for it to just be like a dud. So I'm trying hard not to trick anybody here, but it has felt good. Part of the reason I don't want to join this group is because I barely buff anybody in it. It's basically just the BM hunter. Give me one of these melee groups.
Champion, may I have a word with you?
Who's this guy?
This world is
Oh.
full of wonder.
I'm also going to struggle with the decision here where if I come to the conclusion that Disc Priest is actually not doing as much damage as I thought, I guess the question is there a world where I don't play Disc in Raid? Because I've been kind of leaning that direction, but if I feel like it's just going to be so-so in keys... Seems like it's gonna be so fucking good in Raid, though. $20 Atal Dazar. Man, I really don't want to do Atal Dazar again after that last experience we just had. Would have been the best tanks of PTR from the healer perspective? Or do I just fucking send this? Fuck it. No! And then fucking Dawn of the Infinite. What the hell? I don't want... Nobody wants to do fucking Dawn of the Infinite, man. I would say... Ali and DH have both felt pretty good. I haven't played with like a Mistweaver in forever. Mistweaver, Jesus. Brewmaster. I haven't played with Brewmaster in forever. Very few prop warriors I see. Very few Guardian Druids. Less Blood DKs now than there were. I felt like all my keys were Blood DKs for a few weeks there, and then now I feel like I rarely see them. I don't know if something happened, but so what if I'm not going disc? Well, yeah, that's the hard part. Then if I don't go disc, then what, you know? So in some ways, I'm kind of like, bro, I hope I don't really want to make that decision. It was going to be easy to make the decision when disc was good. Then they nerfed it, and now it's like, ugh, If you go disc, you know you're going to have to play Holy on a fight or two in Mythic? Maybe. I mean, I played Holy back in Shadowlands for all of Season 4 and for all of Rygalon and Jailer Prog. So I have raided on Holy somewhat recently, you know, within the last couple of years. And I don't know how much has changed since then. I mean, obviously back then you were just a fucking heal bot to keep flash concentration up, but I doubt it's changed super, super much. What does Holy Priest damage look like? I actually have no idea. I think it's not bad. I think they've made Holy Fire like fucking crazy. But I don't think it's at the level of Disc Priest. But I'll be honest, I haven't really tested Disc Priest at all, or Holy Priest at all. All right, is this a balance or a feral? A feral, dude. If we add a DPS warrior, this is like the ultimate. This is like the ultimate group buff group. If we can somehow slide a DPS warrior in here, this would be Red Aura, Mystic Touch, Chaos Brand, Mark of the Wild, AP buff. That would be
Champion, may I have a word with you?
like, I think the only thing you could maybe quibble about is like maybe you would try to get like a Prot Warrior instead of a Prot Pally, and then bring like Enhanced Shaman instead of like maybe Wind Fury would be more than Red Aura type thing. Or maybe you'd argue like Priest, like PI on somebody would be worth more than one of these other buffs, which I doubt, but yeah, that would be Giga group buffs. Does Disc not feel great in keys? No, it's good. It's good. Definitely if you're playing Priest and keys right now, you're playing Disc. Locked Priest for raid. Guess I'll swap Mistweaver for keys if you decide you want to push. No, I mean, I really feel like there could potentially be a lot of options for which healers you play this tier. And honestly, this may, I mean, I feel like we, I feel like we've just gotten done being abused by a hard lock meta for the last few months to where the expectation is now, wait, I don't know why I went here. We decided we were going to do Warcraft, didn't we? We did we went through a few months of just feeling like it's the same 5 classes no matter what. So I think there's the expectation that the meta is going to be 5 classes, full stop. Only these 5 specs are allowed to play. But we could get back to like a season 1 type of meta where there's a lot of different things in play, like just depending on what the other things are, you know. In season 1, you saw, I mean, there were definitely classes that were meta and not meta, but it wasn't like here's these 5, it's this or bust. It was like here's, you know, a total of maybe like 15 specs, any of which can be played, but they, depending on which one you bring, you're gonna want to bring certain other ones to go along with it, which would be nice if we could get back to that. I think season 1 was one of the most ideal seasons we've had in terms of comp. There were a lot of options, and if we could get back to something like that where you have choices, maybe not every healer spec, but maybe, you know, 3 or 4 healer specs that are good.
It appears we have uninvited guests. No matter. I'm certain we can accommodate them. Ladies, ensure our visitors are made comfortable.
Okay. This is sort of unfortunate right now what we got going on here with the with all these buffs. I just kicked the wrong fucking thing, man. Good pad, though. Good pad. Fuck me, dude. I thought he was gonna just do that pack, so I popped my fucking Zen Pulse on him there. Oh, wow. I stood in it. I didn't think I was in it. And I did it again. Fuck yeah, dude. These things keep dying when I'm not paying attention.
From? Is it considered polite to murder your hostess's servants? On second thought, don't answer that. I can tell by your glance. In your corner of the world, the concept of a home not made of dung is likely new and exciting.
Patty, thank you for the resub, babe. 35 months, appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the Jade babes. What the fuck? Oh, consume all. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. Alright. Do we have a resurrection? Easy. God damn it, this green shit. Does that consume all again? No? Okay, good. Oh, Jesus.
What are we still? Oh, okay. Why do I use vertical over horizontal? Because vertical was the way everybody did it for a very long time. Also, I think it's just better for... I'll get into it after this. Why did you... Are you fucking kidding me, dude?
Dude, this Gloomhorror pack is like so fucking this has to be like the most nerfed pack in the history of the game. This used to be fucking terrifying, and now it's just free. It doesn't do anything.
No matter who they are, we need their help. Gorak Tool cannot be allowed to cross into our world. Please aid us. If Gorak Tool isn't stopped,
None will escape my vengeance!
Quickly, burn it! Set them aflame before the Trust King resurrects them!
One lust.
Set them aflame before the Trust King resurrects them! Set them aflame before the Trust King resurrects them! Set them aflame before the Trust King resurrects them! Burn it!
Cannot hold me. Fools!
Oh no, we're not done.
Merely defeated a vessel. I await you in the Blighted Lands.
We've done it. Gorak Toll has been banished.
See? There is nothing a strong arm and a sharp steel can't fix.
thank you, heroes. You've broken the coven and released us from Gorak Tool's power. We are in your debt.
Oh, missing one count. Shit. Who has the least amount of health? Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Ooh. These fucking, these fucking poisons. Dude, we actually wiped in an MDI that way. Almost this exact sequence of events. We fucked up count in an MDI game. We killed the last boss before the other team did. We were like, fuck, we still need count. Came back up here. Ran down this hall to get count. Grabbed a bunch of shit. Wiped to it. And then lost. What up, Foss? Oh shit, was that you? I wasn't even looking, dude. I don't even look at names on PTR. It's actually a bad habit. You tanked? Yeah, no, it was fine. Yeah. It's a very smooth run. Alright, so 70k overall. I think that's the most I've ever done on any of the healers I've tested. It wasn't like I think I did higher on like Throne when you go to last boss. If you just like cheese the last boss and pop a shitload of stuff into him, you can like jump your
your overall DPS by like 15k at the end of the dungeon. Or what's the other dungeon that has the damage amp? BRH, the last boss, you can gain like 5 to 10k DPS if you just slam the last boss. Doesn't the AUG inflate that though? Yeah. Some of this is the AUG, but I've done dungeons with AUG on other times. So even with AUG in the group, I think that's the. Do I think Disc is better or Mistweaver? Honestly, I'm not sure. I am not sure. I feel like Mistweaver can fucking slap right now. And its healing feels like pretty good. Now, I don't know, maybe on higher keys my opinion would change on that, but some people can crank 60k overall with Disc. I mean, I think a lot of it is just like if your group allows you to sit there and blast. That's like the thing. Which is what's nice about Monk is unless your group is just letting shit go off left and right that is absolutely annihilating people. With Monk, you have like just a healing floor that's very high. Like when you go into a group, like if you pull a trash pack, or on trash, I should say, if you pull a trash pack, you drop Phaeline and just start spinning. Unless somebody gets fucking rocked, you can just keep spinning and know that like incidentally your healing will top them up within a few seconds. You don't have to like stop, or maybe you have like an instant cast Vivify queued up, so maybe you like throw a Vivify on them. But Monk is like very good at trash healing. It has a lot of tools to keep people alive during trash pulls. Where Monk has historically struggled relative to other healers is like boss. When it comes time to heal bosses, Monk can be really fucking frustrating, especially if the boss is very position dependent. If it matters where you're standing a lot, or if you get like area denied in a room and you have to dodge in and out or avoid stuff, that can really fuck you up on Monk. Dude, that that tank trinket was 6% of my healing. Now, as we discussed yesterday, I think a lot of it's fake because the trinket deals damage to you, so the shield just absorbs the damage it dealt. Like, the shield basically eats itself, which then looks like real healing. But also, since I doubt they fixed it, Cocoon still puts the hot increase on whole party. I thought they did fix that. I thought I remember maybe Meg tweeting about it. I think I remember somebody tweeting about it. Impossible to or cancel it, but I hadn't stopped putting the buff. Well, yeah, if that's the case, we're probably going to take cooldown reduction on that fucking...
Champion, may I have a word with you?
Let's see. Where's Flawless? Well, does it actually show the buff? If I put it on myself? Let's see what happens here. What's it called? It's called Nourishing Chi. So it's on me. Is it on him? It doesn't show it on him. Now, maybe he still gets it like a secret thing, but It only showed Nourishing Chi on me. Thoughts on this dungeon pool? It's probably the one I'm least excited about, but in fairness, I also thought Season 2's dungeon pool was going to suck, and I eventually kind of came around on it. I don't know that any of the dungeons, like, Turbo pissed me off from Season 2. Some I like more than others. Wasn't a big fan of Vortex. But I don't know that there was a dungeon that I like super fucking hated. Apparently you get CDR on Bird. How the fuck do you get CDR on Bird? From Chrysalis? Wait, what? What gives you fucking... Talking about the other talent choice with Oh, I see, I see. Okay, abilities that activate Gust of Mist reduce the cooldown on Invoke Chi-Ji. Apparently you get CD on Bird, so it's effectively less than a minute if you play Jade Bond. Yeah, there's no way. I'm like, what abilities activate Gust of Mist? Because I'm not pressing that shit. Renewing Mist. I get. It depend. Do I actually have to press Renewing Mist to get CDR, or is it whenever Renewing Mist like if I proc a Renewing Mist from Rapid Diffusion? Does it count? On press? Okay, yeah, there's no way. I'm not pressing Rem. Definitely not pressing Enveloping Mist enough. Expel Harm, I guess you could work that into your rotation. Maybe I should actually just be pressing Expel Harm more often. What up, Nico? Sorry, Resto Druid opinions. I mean, it's good. Like, it's a good healer. It just depends on whether other Druid specs are better than the Resto Druid. I don't think you'll bring 2 Druids to a group. What's the uptime on bounce back? Probably not a lot. I don't think we got hit very hard in this dungeon. %. What would perfect bounce back uptime be? 6 seconds out of every 30? So, best case scenario, you'd have 20% uptime?
Champion, may I have a word with you?
Well, I sort of feel like if Yulon ends up being a shorter fucking cooldown than Chi-Ji, that'll just get hot fixed to, or yeah, so wait, so what would, but the same thing would apply to Chi-Ji as well, right? The CDR part of it? Oh wait, no, I'm thinking, I don't know why in my head this somehow has had something to do with Yulon, not Chi-Ji. Okay, never mind. All right, so never mind. Ignore whatever the fuck I was just about to ask, which I'm not even sure what I was going to ask, but I realized halfway through it that it didn't make any sense. Okay, so yeah, they're just gonna nerf the CDR component of this. If you end up just basically being able to get Gift of Celestials for free, and then the benefit of Jade Bond, because of the CDR component of Jade Bond, they'll just nerf the CDR component to like 0.2 seconds or something. 1.5 seconds. The thing that I think, honestly, part of the thing that I think keeps people away from Mistweaver is the fact that this class is so like I wouldn't necessarily say complicated, although it is sort of complicated, but the sources of healing on this class are so obscure. Like, if you asked me right now to tell you what I thought my top heals were from that dungeon, now, obviously, Awakened Feyline, like most of it, Ancient Teachings. But if you asked me to list like what I thought my highest heals were outside of that, I have no idea. I have no fucking idea. I have not a clue. Like, I remember when I first started healing on Mistweaver this expansion, I watched Meg's video on like rotation through Chi-Ji and like what you should be pressing, blah, blah, blah. And then she had a section on like, where is your healing coming from? And you don't, what other fucking healer needs a section on where is your healing coming from? Like, what other healing spec are you confused about which of your spells is doing the healing? Because on Monk, who the fuck, you know, when I press Chi-Ji and start hitting shit, I'm like, I don't know where the fuck the healing's coming from. Like, oh, I got some, there's Chi-Ji's doing some work in there, and I know Ancient Teachings is doing some work in there, and I know my bird is like spitting on people, doing some Celestial Harmony shit, but like, I don't know, I press some buttons and their health goes up. Can I post that video? Let's see. She just tweeted an updated one. Hang on. There's an updated one yesterday. Jade bought magic in the next dungeon? Well, you're gonna have to wait like a fucking week, because dungeons closed 30 minutes ago, and we'll be at BlizzCon next time they open up. But yeah, like you watch like Meg's video on Celestials, and hold on. Okay. So where's the part of the video? I think it's right here, right? Or wait. Yeah. So here's her talking about like where the healer's coming, like where the healing's coming from. Enveloping Mist, Renewing Mist, Essence Font, Gust of Mist, Ancient Teachings, Awakened Phalanx. Of these, 3 of these things are like proccing off of other things you're doing and not very straightforward. All of this is like passive. I mean, you trigger Chi Harmony by pressing Enveloping Mist, but it's not super obvious that's happening. And so you look at all this shit, and the thing is, none of these buttons are like what you're actually pressing, except like Enveloping Mist. Like if you press Renewing Mist, it's not actually a button you're pressing in your Chi-Ji cooldown. It's a button maybe you pressed beforehand, and you're getting some procs from RSK if you're using it, but you're not actually pressing this in your Chi-Ji. You don't press Essence Font in your Chi-Ji. Now, you will get Essence Font healing from pressing it before your Chi-Ji, but so like this isn't a button you're pressing in it. This isn't a button you're pressing in it. This is your mastery. This is a talent. This is a passive talent. This is a passive talent. Sort of passive talent. Part of Chi-Ji healing. Like these are the parts of Chi-Ji, but these are all passive things that some of this triggers off your Enveloping Mist, but this is like the only healing button you're pressing in. Like this is like the only heal you're pressing in your Chi-Ji is Enveloping Mist. Otherwise, it's RSK, Blackout Kick, Tiger Palm, and then letting some of the hots you press beforehand rip off. But if I finish a Chi-Ji rotation, and then you ask me to rank these heals based on which one I thought was going to be the highest and lowest afterwards, I have literally no idea. Even after having played Monk a fair bit over the last 6 months, 9 months, I don't know, whenever I played it in Season 1, I still couldn't tell you which of these things is doing like the majority of the healing inside of Chi-Ji. I don't know. I just know that if you press the buttons in a certain order, like people's health bars go up. But yeah, like I don't know which other healer needs this. Like, it's not that other healers don't have setup, you know. Other healers have, like, this is essentially like ramp, is more like what you could call this. How are you ramping for your Chi-Ji? Other healers have ramp. So that's not too crazy. And it's not that other healers don't have a rotation within their cooldowns. I mean, Disc Priest being an obvious one. It's been simplified a bit, but they had a rotation inside their cooldowns. Or maybe like Resto Shaman inside a Cloudburst Totem. Or I think if there's any other healers that I guess like Evoker, like maybe you'd have like a rotation for your whatever the fuck that cooldown is that locks in stasis, things like that. But the fact that you need a breakdown of where your fucking healing is coming from is just, that's like a uniquely Monk thing. To just have a bunch of healing that's happening and just be like, I don't know, it's coming from somewhere. EF from Phalanx counts. Yeah, I just think it's not necessarily super consistent that you're going to apply to everybody. But I think theoretically, if you could drop a Phalanx that hit everybody in your group, that works. All right, where actually did our damage come from in this dungeon? So, SCK, Blackout Kick, Rising Sun Kick. Okay. Trinket damage, both pretty good. I'll tell you what. I could have saved a lot of talent points this dungeon by not taking Shaylun's gift, because I think I pressed it like one time. I spent 3 talent points on this fucking ability, and I think I pressed it once. Where was it? Jesus Christ, I gotta scroll way down to find it. Yes, I cast it one time. Let's see, what could we have taken? If we were just gonna go for like max damage on Mistweaver, I could have saved these 3 points and put them in probably another secret infusion. Shaylun's pumps, but it's hard to remember. The problem with Shaylun's is it's a very... I find it's a kind of a clunky 5-man healing spell because it's not a hot, so you can't precast it. It's not instant cast, so you can't slam it as soon as the damage goes off. You can try to time it, but a lot of times there'll be fights where there's like heavy movement during healing, so it's not instant cast, so you have to time it if you're going to cast it right as damage goes out. And the other annoying part about it is it does all of its healing instantly, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but it means if you're trying to use it as a group-wide heal and the damage on people isn't coming out all at the same time, if like people are getting chunked in different order, a lot of times somebody will take a shitload of damage right off the bat and you'll want to use Shaylun's to heal them up, but you know other people in the group are going to need the healing as well. So now you're caught in this awkward window where you're like, I feel like I sort of need something right now to keep that first person alive, but if I use it now, then there's nothing for the last guy that's going to get hit. And so I almost wish Shaylun's did like a burst of sequential healing. Like I wish that it was like basically Trank, but in a very condensed window. Like it would be like maybe 4 half-second ticks or something, and you would cast it and it would be like boom, 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 and that way you could cast it a bit in advance and still, even if you missed, there would be a chance for it to catch something on the back end. So like rewind, similar, like a similar healing pattern. Those situations aren't as rough because Vivify buffs and Chi Harmony makes Vivify do a lot of spot healing now. Yeah, I definitely feel like Vivify, especially on the 2-piece, if you rim somebody and Vivify them, you are virtually guaranteed to move their health bar in a meaningful way, which is definitely nice. Lucy, thank you for the resub, babe. 4 months, appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the J dot, babes. Am I sending pulls for damage in big packs? Yep. Yeah, honestly, I don't know if it's worth it to take like Zen Reverb or Echoing Reverb, sorry. Honestly, even Zen Pulse. I guess if I saved it for a heal, maybe it would be better. Maybe I just ignore echoing reverb. Where else could I put a point here for this? Where's the cutoff? It's right here, right? So if I didn't take echoing reverb, I could take... Rivas, thank you for the resub, babe. 2 months, appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the J Dot babes.
Champion, may I have a word with you?
Do free renewings from RSK count with 2-piece? I don't... Wait, I think so, yeah. I think they do. Let's see here. Where did I put my fucking renewing mist? Yeah, they do. Like, see Thunder Team make gift instant cast. Yeah, actually that would be nice if you could TFT into your Shayloons and proc it instantly. Do I do TFT and then developing mist on tank? Yeah, I've been trying to, at least. That is, it's nice that TFT and Zen Pulse are same CDs, so if you just do that, just TFT into the enveloping mist and then Zen Pulse, it just lines it. You just know if your TFT's up, you can Zen Pulse off of it. But yeah, like I tried to do that. I feel like this is probably best case, because I feel like I tried to do that as often as I could this dungeon, and that results in 2.5% more damage. And that's kind of pad, because that, like, you don't do that on single target. That's basically just big trash pull type shit. So I'm not actually sure that that's even much of a DPS gain over just using, like, if I ran into a pack and spun twice instead of using TFT enveloping mist and then Zen Pulse, I'll bet I don't even do that much more damage than just, like, spinning twice and ignoring it completely. Or I guess it wouldn't be spin twice, it would just be Zen Pulse and... Or no. Well, yeah, so I guess what I was talking about is if you just don't Zen Pulse on pull and you just hold it as a spot heal. Because it is a pretty nice little fucking heal if you've got trash packs. You can do some... If you've got like 5 mobs around you, that's what, almost 120k healing. So... Only see it as way to top idiot poke tanks on pull. I mean, you could... It's probably not especially useful on a ranged character if you try to send it on somebody who's at ranged, but if you're in melee, like if you're in a group with, I don't know, especially like if this season is what I think a lot of people are predicting, where you've got Rogue and Havoc Demon Hunter in your group, then if one of them gets slapped by something and the trash pull is somewhat large, one Zen Pulse would do a lot of healing on that person. I think rogue range is big enough you might miss, and DH might be backflipping or dashing. What is the range on Zen Pulse? 8 yards? There's no way you're missing much of that pull with 8 yards. I mean, DH maybe if you caught it at like a pixel perfect dash out of the group, but I don't think the rogue's hanging that far out.
How much damage does Expel do? 111,000, you deal 25% of it, so like maybe 30k? A little less. I don't... That's not worth pressing on CD as damage, right? I guess if it crits, I don't know. If you take all the other buffs for it, maybe. You got 15% more crit, 5% more healing. Critical healing increased by 15%. Especially if you went down and took Strength of Spirit. But I feel like you're healing for... Because a double tap of Tiger Palm is going to do 26,000, which is, I think, more than an Expel Harm, assuming no crits. And then your Blackout Kicks are going to hit for... Slight... Well, if you send it on 4, then that's going to do more per button press. Yeah, I don't think Expel is worth using for DPS. Okay. How much does Eye of the Tiger do now? Is this even worth taking? Eye of the Tiger. I could have won a bet with somebody about whether or not I even had 27 sources of healing in a dungeon. There would for sure be somebody that would take me up on a bet if I said, like, Eye of the Tiger is my 27th lowest heal. Somebody would be like, bro, you don't even do 27 sources of healing. Shut up. Somebody would have for sure taken me up on that bet. Jesus, that's bad. Still better than Chi Burst? Yeah. I don't think I pressed Chi Burst that dungeon. Maybe one time. I think maybe... I'm trying to remember. Was there... I think maybe one time I tried to reset my Fey line? Yeah. We sent it one time. Chi Burst is definitely a very weird ability. Do I think season 3 is still going to be a dwarf season? Yeah. I don't know why I went Night Elf on my monk. For the life of me. It wasn't even like I could blame it on, like, having done it last expansion or something. I race changed this expansion. And I went Night Elf. And I don't fucking know why. I have no idea why. But let's see. This season, Everbloom. There's the poisons off the little stinger guys. Not that those are, like, necessarily a huge deal, but something you could dwarf if you don't have a dispel up. Nothing on first boss. I don't think there's anything on second boss to dispel. I don't think there's anything on third boss, and I don't think there's anything on last boss. Now, could you meld shit on these bosses? I don't think so either. I don't think it really matters one way or the other.
Just learned when you pause the YouTube stream, it doesn't auto skip back to live. Okay, so what else do we have? Throne. You can... There's a few things you can meld. Like, you can meld the, for whatever reason you can't LOS. If you're not able to get behind LOS, you can meld the healing debuff that's fucking crazy. But being able to dwarf off the dot from Gersha would be really nice. That thing gets pretty nasty, that flame shock. So being able to dwarf this off seems like it'd be really good. There's that disease that's on the trash before Ozomat that you could dispel. That'd be good. There's the bleeds from the dogs in here that you could dwarf. That'd be good. Someone made a spreadsheet. Love spreadsheets. All right, let's have a look. Actually, let me go pee real quick before we dive into this. I'll be right back. Okay. All right, Atal, Rending Maul. I don't even know what the fuck that is. What is Rending Maul? Is that... Who the fuck casts this? Oh, reanimate auto guard. That's the shit we don't pull, right? I think that's just a tank thing. Yeah, I think that's only for tanks. So... Racking Pain, that's the shit off last boss. It should always be kicked. There's no excuse to not kick this. Like the only thing that melee have to do on this fight. I think even if just the tank kicks, you take care of it. So this is like everybody's brain turned off at the same time if this goes off. So that's not like a real thing to actually worry about. Unstable Hex is... I don't even think you can dwarf that because I think it's technically a CC. So I don't think you can... I don't think you even can dwarf that. Lingering Nausea. That's... You could dwarf it to help your healer, but it wouldn't be super impactful. Wildfire would be nice to dwarf. Terrifying Visage, that's who the fuck has that? Razan? Oh, that's if you get feared, so you can't dwarf that either. Terrifying Screech, can't dwarf that either. Molten Gold would be nice, but your healer should always have a dispel for that. There's nothing else to dispel in that fight, so probably not super important. Venom Fang Strike, I don't think that one really matters very much. Pile of Bones, that's just running over shit in Razan's room, right? So far, I don't like this spreadsheet. I feel like all this is just like fake shit you don't actually care about. Bloodthirsty Leap. Oh, this is BRH. Yeah, that'd be nice. Brutal Glaive. If you can dwarf Brutal Glaive, that'd be nice. I never even thought about that, TBH, and I don't know why I didn't. I guess because when I play dwarf, it's always on a melee healer that is never the Brutal Glaive target. No, that's not true. I played it on my priest. Soul Blade. Is that the... Okay, that's the one at the start of the dungeon. Yeah, that'd be kind of nice to dwarf. Soul Echoes. Wait, can you dwarf that? Soul Echoes is not a magic debuff, I don't think. Pretty sure that's not true. Alright. So, I would say fairly limited value in BRH. I think you can lock down the dog so it doesn't jump around. Like, I think you can take care of this with CC. Well, okay, so let's go back and do Atal. Atal, I think about the only one of these that I would really give a shit about being able to dwarf would be maybe Wildfire. The rest of them are either CCs that you can't dwarf out of, or sort of unimportant shit. So let's say Wildfire is the only thing I care about in Atal. In BRH, of these, I think the only one that I would say is like meaningful would probably be Brutal Glaive. The rest I don't think would be a super big deal. I think you can prevent this with CCs, and this it could probably be healed through, or just pull smaller or something. Let's see, DHT, yeah, getting rid of the cat bleeds would be nice. Curse of Isolation, if your group doesn't have a curse to spell, I guess. But that's the trash one, right? That's not the boss one. Yeah, so that's not even... I don't even think that one's a big deal. It said magic on the link when I pressed it. Yeah, but like, you can't dispel... I know you can't dispel that in BRH. You have to sit Soul Echoes. So I don't know what version of that is. Oh, that's if you get hit by it. Okay, I see what it means now. Oh, and this is the spider one. I mean, I guess it'd be... Yeah, this is if you stand in the Soul Echoes and get hit by it, which you wouldn't be able to dwarf anyway because it's a CC, so... Dark Soul Drain. I don't even know what the fuck this is. Oh, this is the bat. That's only good for tanks. Despair is Despair. Dread Soul Ruiner. Oh, healing taken debuff. Oh, and it does. Okay, I remember what that is. I don't think that's super big deal. Tormenting Fears, probably a CC. Festering Rip. Who the fuck casts Festering Rip? Davius? Oh, that's it. Yeah, that's the only thing you have to dispel in that fight, so healer should always be able to get rid of that. Scorching Shot. That's the Dead Eyes. Yeah, I don't think that matters too much. Nightmare Toxin, you cannot. That's a CC. Poison Spear would be nice to dwarf. I don't know if there's many other things you have to dispel, but if you don't have a poison dispel in the group, then that would probably be nice. And then Strangling Roots. Shouldn't get hit by that anyway. I don't know enough about Dawn to know whether this is meaningful or not. Everbloom, Glacial Fusion. Which one is that? Stun, you wouldn't be able to dwarf that. Frostbolt, I think it's just a snare, so it probably doesn't matter. Yeah, the Frostbolt one probably doesn't matter. Choking Vines, what is that? Yeah, you're stunned. That's the second boss one. Can't dwarf that. Venom Burst, I think that's the one that stuns you. What's Poisonous Claws? Is that the fuck is a Twisted Abomination? Oh, maybe that's on the tank. Wait, which one is Venom Burst? I thought that was second boss, but maybe oh, that's the one that leaps on you at the start of the dungeon. That one would be decent, but I doubt it's a huge deal. Maybe on like High Fort or something. Dread Petal Pollen is just a snare, right? Let's see. Hex, you wouldn't be able to dispel. Wave of Corruption. Is that the stacking one? That one would be nice to be able to dwarf. Lightning Surge. Who casts that? Oh, Frost Witch? Yeah, I guess, maybe? I don't know. Dwarf is definitely nice for Wakecrest. There's definitely a lot of uses for it in Wakecrest. Throne seems kind of whatever. Yeah. I would say there's maybe like 2 or 3 dungeons, depending on Dawn. I don't know. Maybe it's super nice in Dawn. But I would say in Atal, I don't think it really matters. BRH, I don't think it really matters. DHT, maybe for like some of the bleeds. Throne. The only thing I think I care about is Flame Shock. Third boss. And then Wakecrest is nice. So maybe it's really good. It seems like Dawn has several ways to use it. A lot of bleeds, which is where I would say you get a lot of your dwarf value from. Something's a bleed. So maybe it's good in upper. Oh well. Oh, maybe they're all tank bleeds. Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe it's not actually that good for anybody that's not a tank. All right, so never taking Eye of the Tiger. So that frees us up a point to spend down here if we want it. How much HP does the Black Ox statue have? $257K? Fuck off, Stag Beetle. How long does that thing last? Like forever? Does it just sit there taunting? Can I cancel it? Hey guy, go away. How the fuck do you get rid of this thing? What if I fly? Will it go away? Uses the totem frame. Oh my god, it lasts for 15 fucking minutes. Okay, it's gone now. Wow. Alright. Well, 257K seems sort of whatever. I wish I could drop it and it would have 5 million HP. Oh yeah, I meant to edit my Touch of Death week aura to also show when something just has less health than me. I realized there's a couple of instances where something, even at like full health, the thing had less health than me and I could just Touch of Death instantly, but the thing wasn't lighting up, so trigger. Less than 15%. Can I make that ore? What if I just show health and then we add conditions for if any of trigger 3 health percent less than or equal to 15 or health less than shit. Fuck. Is there an easy way to do this from triggers? Does this require a custom? Could I make a trigger for my own HP? I'm trying to think how I would do that in conditions, like what my condition would even be. Did I just add a fucking raw value in here? It would be super jank, but I guess theoretically, no, because that doesn't, because most of the, yeah, not that. Percent player HP. I guess scrap this for now and I used to have a touch of Death Week Aura that would track whether something had less health than me, but I think that's a... Let's see if I can find that again. Waggo. Touch of Death. Unit characteristics. Target. What's this? This has got to be the one that is the unit max health. Oh fuck yeah, that's a lot more work than I was gonna do. Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and throw that in here. Set that one to load never. Oh, what noise does it make? Punch. What is punch down? What the fuck? This thing has so many conditions. Sure. Isn't DK looking really strong for Mythic Plus? Blood DK? I think it's good in a vacuum. Like, if you were just comparing a DK to a Vengeance Demon Hunter or a Prop Paladin or something like that. But it brings, like, nothing to the group is part of the problem. Oh, Unholy? I haven't seen anybody fucking around with Unholy. Okay, apparently you've got some kind of massive offset here, bud. Don't do that. Okay, if we press you... Okay. Yeah, that should work. Wait, it just permanently fucking... Yo, no. No. You need... No, dude. You gotta disappear when you fucking go on CD. You don't just turn invisible. Now you're fucking up my... Look at that. Now it just, like, shifts my weak auras over. What the hell? What is all this shit? There's no way you need all this. Maybe I... Can I just steal the trigger and then... Like, what the fuck are all these... Is this necessary? Desaturate on... I don't understand what all... I'm gonna just try stealing the fucking trigger from this and see if I can just make this way shorter. Events, unit health, player target changed. Okay. Sure. So... This is custom, status, events. And then Sept. Okay. Now against players it works differently. Disable for players. If unit is player, you could set a trigger for if TOD is usable. I guess maybe that's all I care about, isn't it? Yeah, why am I trying this hard? Okay. So let's just make a new fucking... Okay, just make a new one. Clear all this shit out. Okay, it does work. It's kind of slow, but maybe that's fine. It doesn't update very quickly. But perhaps that's fine. Alright, action usable. Condition. If trigger 1 is... Or, no, I don't want this, I want... Let's go use that punch noise. That's not punch. Okay, so if I do... And, oh, that's what I wanted. I wanted to add a glow to it. That's what I wanted to do. Do you already have a glow? No, you don't. All right. Just tested 3-minute bird and you personally don't like it? Well, certainly seems like you would. I feel like there has to have been some kind of like hidden trade-off, because if you could just lower the CD of bird to under a minute consistently and get the benefits of Jade Bond, then why the fuck would you ever run Celestials?
I mean, obviously there would be some instances where, like dungeons, where you're not doing the things that are required to get value out of it, but in raid, it would be kind of weird. IO score on PTR?
May I have a word with you?
469. Other WoW. 3870, I think. What did I end up with? I think 3870. It's been like a month since I did keys, so I kind of forget, but I think it was 3870. Dude, fucking inside of my ear is itching. Ugh. Man, so Sean and I are planning to watch college football this weekend at BlizzCon. But K-State, the team I root for, they got picked up by the Fox Sports channel. They do their, what's it called, Big Noon Kickoff or something. It's like their first, like their early game of the day. I think it starts at 11 a.m. Eastern. And K-State got picked up for that because they're playing Texas this week, which means that game kicks off at like 8 a.m. On the West Coast. And how the fuck am I supposed to start drinking at 8 a.m.? Like, I feel like Fox Sports is trying to kill me. Carefully? No, if you're going to drink at 8 a.m., you got to throw caution to the wind. Consider it a personal challenge? I'm trying to remember the earliest I've ever started drinking. I remember there was an undergrad, there was a fake patties day, because usually St. Patrick's Day would fall on the weekend of spring break and a lot of kids would be out of town. So we had a bar district called Aggieville, and usually they would throw their own St. Patrick's Day a week before that because they didn't want to miss out on the potential revenue of a bunch of drunk ass college kids. So they would throw St. Patrick's Day the week before and call it Fake Patty's Day, or what I thought was a more clever but less popular nickname, St. Practice Day. They would do Fake Patty's Day the week before, and you would head out to the bars at like fucking 8 a.m. I mean, earlier, honestly. I think all the bars opened at like 6 a.m. And it would just be an entire morning and afternoon of debauchery. To the point where by the time I graduated, they was starting to get to like bar owners were getting mad because it would just become pure anarchy. Kids were like fucking pissing, you know, in public, like guys just be like pissing on buildings and throwing up everywhere, and it was becoming very unsustainable. But there was at least one of those where we showed up at a bar at like 6:30 a.m. and started drinking. So I think that may have been the earliest I ever started drinking. The most fucked up I've been, the earliest in the morning, was there was one night I spent at a buddy's. We went to go visit him. He lived in Omaha. And several of us drove up and spent the weekend with him. And we went out Friday night. And to pregame, I bought a few cans of Steel Reserve, which is malt liquor, awful, disgusting malt liquor. That's like, I don't remember. I think it was like 14% alcohol or something. And we got home from the bars, and I guess my drunk ass opened up 2 cans of it. I wanted to drink it before bed, and my friends like hauled me away from them and like, just go to sleep, idiot. And I was like, whatever. And I passed out. And when I woke up the next morning, I opened the fridge and saw the 2 cans of Steel Reserve still sitting there open. And I was like, well, I don't want those to go bad. So I guess I'll just chug them. We were going out to grab Mexican for lunch. So I was like, well, I don't want those to go bad. So I'll just chug one of them before we go to lunch, and then I'll drink the other one when we get back. So I slammed a can of Steel Reserve. We went to lunch. I don't remember lunch. I had not been awake for more than like an hour and a half at that point. I don't remember lunch. I showed up fucked up to lunch. Apparently I was saying some like inappropriate shit at the table loudly, and my friends were like trying to get me to shut the fuck up, like I wouldn't, because I was shit-faced. I think I fell asleep while we were waiting for the food to get to the table. Like I just kind of slumped in the corner and passed out. And they finally managed to like shake me and get me to like sit up and eat. I think I got like enchiladas or something. And I finished like half of that, and then we went back home, and I think I went and took a nap for like an hour. And the rest of the day was like fine, but I severely underestimated how drunk you can get off of a can of Steel Reserve if you haven't had anything to eat yet. If you just like wake up and shotgun one. Holy shit, that was for sure the least amount of time I've spent sober first thing in the morning. So that was a valuable lesson that I've made sure never to repeat. But anyway, we may have to be doing a very early morning drinking session at BlizzCon. 8 a.m. is going to be rough, though. Also, Sean and I were debating whether or not we wanted to buy tickets to BlizzCon, because we didn't really want to spend $300 on tickets. That felt like kind of a ripoff. But the secondhand market has been rather kind this year. Blizzard was unable to sell out all of their initial allotment of tickets. So whereas normally people would buy up BlizzCon tickets early and then resell them for much higher, now a lot of people are panicking to resell them because there's still official BlizzCon tickets left to buy. Like Blizzard didn't sell out their own initial run of it. So worst case scenario, you can just go buy it at face value from Blizzard. So a lot of people that were sitting on tickets are now having to sell them at less than face value. And so they're now starting to get down to the price where, like, I would have expected BlizzCon tickets to be prior to COVID. And now I'm like, well, fuck. If I can buy these for less than, like, $200 face value, maybe we'll consider it. And also, when I originally made the decision to sit out BlizzCon this time, like not actually attend the convention, Warcraft Rumble, I had to start playing Warcraft Rumble, and I have since started playing Warcraft Rumble, and that's actually, I think, what I'm most excited about at BlizzCon this time is like Warcraft Rumble content. I do want to go see that shit. Also, Shaq said we're doing a meetup for our Warcraft Rumble guild. Where the Gallywix, what is it, Gallywix Pleasure Palace or something? And he's like, we're doing a Gallywix meetup at the Warcraft Rumble stage. Be there, be square. And I was like, all right, say no more. For my Rumble homies, yeah. I'll be there. I think a BlizzCon ticket gets you a skin for your kobold, a skin for your towers, and a skin for... There's like 3 skins I think you got if you bought a BlizzCon ticket for Rumble. Do we have slots open? No. Honestly, I shouldn't even be... I'm surprised they let me in the guild. They have stated requirements, and when they put me in the guild, I was nowhere near any of them. And the guilds are actually pretty small in Rumble. I would be surprised if they don't increase the number of roster slots in a guild, because it feels very restrictive. I think you can only put like 15 people in. But yeah, I'm like the lowest. I'm like the lowest person in our guild. Actually, I think I just jumped a couple guys last night. I had been the lowest up to that point, but I think I just jumped a couple guys last night. But I've actually been playing the game a fair bit. Like, by no means have I been slacking. I've been playing pretty regularly since I got it, and I'm still like the lowest person in our guild. So, despite the memey nature of the guild name, it's actually filled with guys who don't fuck around. But I need to give some consideration to how I want to approach Warcraft Rumble, because I think Blizzard's probably going to treat it like a real game. And by that I mean they'll probably do Rumble competitions. And Rumble competitions means Rumble casting. And if I play my cards right, maybe we can slide in as a Rumble content creator and get in on casting some Rumble tournaments. How much damage does Touch of Death do for me? 2.8%? I don't even know that... At 2.8%, is it even worth taking the CDR? What's the natural cooldown? 3 minutes? So that's effectively an increase of like 1.4% of my DPS. I mean, I guess situationally it could be nice to get like an ad on Last Boss Waycrest Manor if you're trying to kill an ad really fast before the boss does his AoE, so you can throw the torch on it. Something like that, maybe. But I feel like maybe you could just hold your Touch of Death for that. Considering dropping DPS, it's a very expensive talent. Like 2 points to gain 1.8 or 1.4% DPS, or something in that. I mean, take it for pathing just a Resonant Fist. Yeah, but I mean, you could put 1 point here and free up a point. Like I could gain Escape from Reality. Not that I fucking use it, but I could gain Escape from Reality and another 2% avoidance. Neither of which are like especially compelling things. It's just, or honestly, if I dropped Touch of Death, if I dropped Imp Touch of Death, picked up Escape from Reality, and put a point in White Tiger statue, I bet that does... I bet White Tiger statue does at least as much damage as I'm giving up from Fatal Touch. Now, probably less, like, prio damage, but you're not giving up Touch of Death, you're just giving up 90-second Touch of Death. Now you got 3-minute Touch of Death. If something's doing less than Feline Stomp, it's trash. Yeah. How much does White Tiger statue do? So, it does 7,000 every 2 seconds for 15 seconds. So, 7,000 times 15. So, almost 100,000 damage. To everything. On a 2-minute CD. Like, if we did, like, this... Oh, shit. I have to put 2 points in to get bounce back. So, it would probably just have to be that. as I, if I were to get more comfortable on monk, transcendence is definitely the last thing I would add to my like kit as monk. I don't. There's very few fights where that feels like it's worth fucking around with, but there might be some. I'm trying to remember. What dungeons would I give a shit about this on? Arcane suck on Everbloom? Yeah, maybe something like that. I wish it gave you DR instead of, like, better healing. If I... No. Man, this tree is like very restrictive on what you can drop points in. Can also proc 10-second effect before an explosion damage. Yeah, like that's the thing is if you basically used it, or if it was a fight where you knew there was going to be like heavy single target damage on yourself, you could just press Transcendence right before. I'm trying to think of an example of a fight like that. Maybe if you, well, I was gonna say maybe if you knew you were gonna get Brutal Glaive on Ilisana, but you're melee, so you wouldn't. Maybe like Xavius, if you knew you were like if you got Nightmare Bolt or something. Yeah, I don't know. That's feeling pretty situational. I feel like that's basically a dead point. Probably not getting much value out of that. Maybe you could do something with the actual, like, being able to Transcendence twice part of it. Like, in Throne of the Tides, when you want to LOS the heal absorb, you could set your Transcendence behind a pull and then Transcendence out, and then Transcendence back or something. But I feel like at that point, you're just kind of like trying to be cute. I've never even looked at the other choice on Diffuse Magic. Gain a Magic Absorb for 3% of your max health every 2 seconds, stacking up to 15%. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine giving up diffuse magic, but that's not a bad. I mean, like 15% of your max health is like a not insignificant amount. How long would it take to stack that up? Every 2 seconds, so it would take 10 seconds to give you a 15% max. I mean, that, like, realistically, unless you're just getting fucking rocked constantly in a fight, you would probably have, that's basically like 15% more health. You would just have that shield up all the time. Bet diffuses more DPS than Todd on some dungeons. Did I diffuse anything in this dungeon? I don't remember. Maybe that shit before Lord and Lady. I'm trying to remember if I used. Wait. His go. Damn, this trinket does even more damage than I realized. I didn't realize it had 2 components to it. So there's another 2% damage it was doing on top of the 9%. It's not a lot, but oh yeah, I was also looking at echoing reverb. If I wasn't going to take echoing reverb, where could I put the point? Yulon's Whisper, which I don't think is a great ability for keys. Mistrat, maybe? Didn't Rushing Jadewind used to be like some insanely short CD? It was changed in beta? Yeah, because I swear that used to be like a fucking... I don't know. It's somewhere between like 8 and 12-second CD, if I remember right. Or Dancing Mists, which... Uplifted Spirits. Vivify crits and Rising Sun kicks reduce remaining CD on revival. I wonder how much that actually reduces revival.
And raid sometimes by 90 seconds. Well, definitely not getting whatever it is from raid, because that would be a lot of vivifying that we're not doing.
Champion, may I have a word with you?
230 to 240? That sounds about right. It would just be mostly Rising Sun. Wait, it's every Rising Sun kick, not just crits? So we'd be slapping an RSK every 9 seconds independent of resets. So maybe every, I don't know, on average every 6 or 7 seconds. So that would mean that we could theoretically get like maybe 9 RSKs per minute, 9 to 10 RSKs. Yeah, I could see it being 20 to 30 seconds CD reduction. Do you have Vivacious Vivification Week? I used to, but I found myself not really paying attention to it, so I deleted it. But then, immediately after deleting it, I found myself going, man, I wish I knew if I had an instant cast Vivify right now. So I don't really know. I originally had it as a button that popped up on my weak auras here, but I feel like that takes up too much space for what it does. Also don't know that I care about having an Expel Harm weak aura. I think maybe I'll delete that one. I don't think I care what the CDR of, or what the CD of Expel Harm is. I have a weak aura that if I drop below 50% HP, well, I guess I can just show it. No. I have a weak aura that when I drop below 50% HP, if my Expel Harm is up, it puts a glow on my frame. Oh, this might kill me, actually. So it looks like that. And then I just slam Expel Harm. But I don't think I actually care what the CDR, or the CD, excuse me, of Expel Harm is, because I don't think I would try. I think the only thing I care about is, like, do I see the glow? I doubt that I'm ever watching my Expel Harm cooldown being like, when's it back, when's it back, when's it back? Could I share that? Yeah, I'll just, hang on, I'm gonna tinker with these and then I'll upload a new. Oh, I forgot I can delete this. Goodbye, Bone Dust Brew. Are there any other? Delete this. Oh, we can get rid of Healing Elixir. Oh, wait, hang on. Before I do that, I was going to think, is there anything I want to add for Instacast Viv? And...
I'll go look on Waggo and see if anybody else has anything I like. Wait, can I make my... that would be interesting if I could make my mouse... Hmm. Mm. The RM tracker? Displays the number of renewing mists and remaining duration of the shortest remaining duration. The fuck? Wait, is it being like overwritten by by my other mouse record or something? Oh, it just okay. Oh, I see, I see, I see, okay. Okay. Oh, we'll hold on to that one. Thought that was like a thing on the mouse. We'll hold on to that one. In case we raid on it. Okay. Now. Mistweaver. Alright, this is the updated Mistweaver pack. Okay, so if I dropped Echoing Reverb,
Champion,
could take
may I have a
Uplifted
word with you?
Spirits. How much does how much does Revival heal for? 46,000, and it does an extra 100% in keys, so it'd be like 90 some thousand. So it would heal for another 10,000 something. Not the most impressive talent, but compared to Echoing Reverb. Hey, how much did how much did Healing Elixir do in this dungeon? Fuck yeah, 2.5%. Still playing Meme Weaver? Does it actually have a chance? I mean, like that's like a fucking real amount of damage is the thing. You do 70k overall in a dungeon. Now, admittedly, it was double DPS trinkets, but even with no DPS trinkets, that would have been because those added up to 17% of my damage. Even with no DPS trinkets, that would have been over 50k.
And of all of the metas that we've had, I feel like if this season ends up being like Havoc Rogue, Mistweaver feels like it slots in there decently well. And that was 70k DPS while also maintaining 70k HPS. So it wasn't even like that was just full on ignoring the party type shit.
Champion, may I have a word with you?
What trinkets? Belorolos and Rage Heart. People rerolling Monk will remain 0. Well, I will confess, I probably don't want to raid heal on Monk. Which is unfortunate because if these trinkets are this good, these are... The dungeon trinkets suck ass this tier, so you're for sure wanting to raid for trinkets, if nothing else. Does the NDPS trinket even drop for monks? I mean, it doesn't matter. It's raid, so it'll always be group loot. But yeah, you would need... you wouldn't be able to roll need on it. If it makes you feel better, I don't think Shaman or Priest can roll on Rage Heart. I think, you have to have a caster off spec to be able to roll on Belorolos. So I think Druid can roll on it, Shaman can roll on it, Priest can roll on it, and Evoker can roll on it. But I don't think Pally or Monk can. And Rage Heart, I think, needs a tank off spec to roll on it. Does it show up for Windwalker? Nope. Yeah, you need a tank. You need a tank off spec to roll on Rage Heart. So Monk can roll on it, Pally can roll on it, Druid can roll on it. But Evoker, Shaman, and Priest cannot. What's overall breakdown? You know, I actually want to go fucking... I'm gonna go do a fucking Chi-Ji rotation on the dummies real quick, just to even see what my healing meter looks like. What's the closest, Okay, so we would go... Oof, dude. Oh, wow. It's just all gust of mist. Okay. Is Expel a GCD? Yeah. When will PTR testing come back? Should be next, or this Thursday, so like 3 days from now. At 1 Eastern. Wait a second.
Champion, may I have a word with you?
A lot of people were saying today was the final day of Mythic Plus testing. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. It might be. GG is crazy deep now with like 3 or 4 types you can do. I noticed Meg did her updated Celestial guide. And I noticed that she said on AoE, or on a single target, that you should Tiger Palm twice before blackout kicking. And I remember thinking, like, that's weird because I feel like you would overcap your enveloping mist stacks. Did that change the prior? Like, did this patch change the priority for what you do? Like what sequence of things you cast? Because I think if I remember right, it was like you RSK, Tiger Palm, Blackout Kick, Enveloping Mist. No, overcap it. But you would stack up your free Enveloping Mist. Like you'd be sitting on the Enveloping Mist instant cast.
So it's immediate healing versus longer term with enveloping mist. Well, that's actually kind of nice because, yeah, I don't necessarily care. If I'm doing Chi G, I don't necessarily care about long term. Usually if I'm pressing Chi G, it's like, shit, I need everybody's health to go up right now. PTR dungeon testing down? Yes, it went down about an hour and a half ago. No, 2 hours ago. Fuck 'em. If you pre-stack 4 then hit Chi G and AoE, it's like 60 gusts. Yeah, I noticed when I just used it right here, my gust of mist went fucking crazy. Damn, that man's big. So is it viable to just not press enveloping mist inside of your Chi G? Are you griefing if you don't touch it ever? Well, her rotation says you should still press it.
Champion, may I have a word with you?
But if it's true that, like, basically you can get different flavors of a Chi G, I wonder if there's a scenario where it's more upfront but less overall. Vicman, thank you for the host, bud. Hope you had a fantastic stream. Wait. Does a soothing mist, enveloping mist not apply two-piece? Or the fuck? Wait, why isn't enveloping mist applying? Why is this not putting a renewing mist on somebody? Okay, put it on me there. They put it on me there. What the fuck? Am I high? I swear I just tried putting enveloping mist on myself and it didn't put a... Rapid diffusion is random? Oh. Okay. I was like... Bro, I know I just casted enveloping mist on myself and it didn't put renewing mist. What the fuck is going on? I fucked that one up. Dungeon Spell and PTR? Nope. No, they went down a couple hours, 2.5 hours ago. Rapid diffusion, does it, when it says it goes on an ally, is it truly random or is there some prio on rapid diffusion? Okay, good talk. Among the new meta in Mythic Plus? It could be. I'm not confident saying any healer's going to be the meta. And we may have several different healers that are meta. How I feel about Dungeon Pool this season? I'm underwhelmed. Maybe it'll grow on me. Season 2's Dungeon Pool grew on me. But I have to say, I don't think there's a single dungeon that stands out as being like, I love this dungeon. But there's several dungeons that I'm like, No, Hyper Throne. Actually, I think Throne is one of the better dungeons after I've played it a few times. I really don't want to do either of the Dawns. I think I'll be on a tall without snapping. I'm not sure how I'm going to feel about that dungeon. I could see BRH feeling like if BRH is anything like it was in Legion, it'll scale up disgustingly. Like it'll just become a nightmare at high levels. Everything's going to one-shot you, and I hate fucking dungeons like that. And then for Everbloom, we'll see. A lot of that will just be based on tuning. I do know the bosses feel kind of rough in there. DHT, that could be another dungeon where you get one shot on high level. Yeah, a lot of it'll just depend on tuning. Isn't that the end game for all increasing difficulty? No. You could, and many seasons have, had tuning where you are unable to time the dungeon because you just can't go fast enough. Not because you get the point where you one-shot, but because you simply can't kill the enemies fast enough to finish the dungeon. I mean, you could envision, just to illustrate the point, imagine every enemy had 1 billion health in a dungeon. They did literally no damage, but they all had 1 billion. They all had 1 billion health. You will not get one-shot by anything. In fact, you won't fear for any reason. You're very safe. You just can't time the dungeon because nothing dies. And we've had seasons like that. I mean, not that the dungeons were free. There were definitely healing checks, but... And Shadowlands tended to be more like that, where... very often in a key, there were maybe only a few points in the dungeon where you were legitimately challenged as a healer in terms of HPS. It was mostly just, we got to do these big wild ass pulls in order to time the key, and there's a lot of stuff that can like go wrong. But it's not that like we are it's not that we're dying to things within the sort of ordinary course of running the dungeon. It's just you have to do such crazy ass pulls to time the key that you start to get sort of out of control. Can I update details? I don't even know what my details says. Hang on. Yeah, hang on. Details. Bro, this shit makes me feel like a programmer when I update GitHub. Would you like to commit these changes? Yes, I would. All right, details should be updated. I think the profile is still called Shadowlands. That's probably not the best way to name it, but... All right, so poorly translated response from Meg on Discord. The extra gust hit is worth overcapping the free enveloping mistakes. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I figured when she says Tiger Palm twice, that's really the only conclusion you could draw from that is it's just not worth spending the enveloping mist. Personally enjoy increasing HP and damage over increasing HP. I just don't like it when the meta turns into shit one-shotting you. That's not fun. It's not fun when you have to just figure out a dungeon. Like, you have to start doing cringy shit just to live. Like, you have to start wearing goofy trinkets and taking talents that you'd, like, never take in raid or anything like that just to be able to survive, like, normal spell. Not even like, oh, we missed kicks or we played this fight really aggressively, but just like, yeah, here's the fucking mechanic that the boss does. It hits so hard that if you don't do a whole bunch of really sweaty things, it's going to kill you. Miss, we were going to start taunting to proc bounce back from mechanic. Yeah, what was I was thinking about? There was actually some fight I was thinking about. What was it? There was a dungeon. It was I remember I just had it pop in my head when we were doing Blackbird Cold for Smash Spite. He drops the fell vomit on the ground. And I remember thinking, you know, if I'm worried that the stomp is going to kill me, I bet I could just go stand in the poop for a second before the knockback. I bet it would tick hard enough to trigger bounce back. And then I would just have 40% reduction on that every time. But it would never... And because it's a 30-second CD, I'd have it up, I think, for every knockback. I think that'd be every knockback. Sand and poop, expel to full. Yeah, like exactly that. And maybe you would only be every other. I don't know. Maybe you can't bounce back each of them. I don't know if it's more than every 30 seconds. But even if it isn't, you could like rotate defensives through. You know, you could like bounce back one. Fucking. I actually don't know what kind of damage stomp is. Physical. Okay, so I guess you can't diffuse that, but you could like bounce back one, dampen one, bounce back one. Use your fucking trinket shield for one, bounce back one. Isn't bounce back 20% reduction on what happens after? Well, that's what we're saying. You would go stand in. There's on that fight, the lines get left in the room, so you go stand in a line right before the knockback. You go stand in a line to proc your bounce back, then take the hit from bounce back. Maybe take 4-proof needed? Yeah, it'd be a very fucking... You'd just be very scared of that shit to take 4-proof. Yeah, honestly, just the Chi G shield. I didn't really think about that, but even the Chi G shield would be probably something... How much does that shield do? It's, fuck is it? What am I... Which one does it? Oh, which fucking talent puts... Okay, there we go. Yeah, 100,000? Yeah, it should be... All right. I'll be back. 1 sec. All right. Actually, thinking of bounce back, I should probably make a... Where does my Chi G weak aura go right now? Did I actually add the apostrophe in Chi G? No. Did I add a space in Chi G? No. Fuck do I call it? Chi burst? Okay. What is the name of my weak aura that shows the bar? Chi dash G. Is that actually how you spell it? Oh, it is Chi dash G. I thought it was like apostrophe in there. Oops. Okay. Where does this one show up? Okay. Let's drop that down to negative 110. And drag that there. Now we're going to add bounce back. Uptime. Okay, we're going to change bounce back to... What's a good color for bounce back? Blue. And this is going to be negative 95. Maybe? Yeah, I'll make it negative 95. And it's going to track. Can I proc bounce back by falling to the earth? Okay. Tank dummy. I need your help. Bro, fucking hit me like you mean it, idiot. Where's bounce back? 390239. Oh, this is not even a totem. Oops. God damn it. Let's see. Do I need something to tell me when I can bounce back again? Is there a debuff that shows up? Or bounce back cooldown, I wonder? No. What tank have I encountered the most? Probably Vengeance. Maybe I don't play a sound on this one. Is there... a good way to track bounce back when it's available?
Champion, may I have a word with you? I sort of wish I put a debuff. Maybe I don't wish that. Does somebody else have a good... Has somebody else figured out a good bounce back tracker? No. Best having grayed out timer icon when available. I wonder if I can add a timer onto that bar.
Display text, maybe? Or hold it. No. Gray unavailable, colored when lit up. Well, I'd probably rather just have a timer. Like just a timer that's showing, and if I see the timer, it means it's not available. I don't necessarily want like a fat fucking bar in the middle of my screen all the time. Alright, if we were gonna do like a new... what if we just did text? Bounce back. CD. Can I remember this from memory? Nope. Fuck. 390. I'm pretty sure it was 3902. 39. Fuck yeah. Got it. Okay. Okay, so... what if I go... what happens now? I don't even know what this is gonna do. Okay. I think that may just do exactly what I wanted to. What fucking font do I use for this? Expressway. Okay. Thought I changed that on everything, but I guess not. Alright, actually, what I think we're gonna do is... we're gonna change this. I don't want two timers running at the same time because that's kind of annoying. So we're gonna change this to a 24 second duration. and it'll be on aura removed. Hello, why are you evading? Bro, fucking hit me. Here we go. Okay. And then... Here we go. Okay. I don't think I need that level of precision, though. That's sort of annoying. Okay. Here we go. So now we got a little bounce back timer. May be able to play around with that this season and figure out some cool ways to proc that. Because 40% is a pretty fat fucking DR. So if there's a way you can proc it without killing yourself, that becomes its own 30-second CD. But obviously with the caveat that there has to be a way to take damage. And if you want to be really sweaty, you could probably taunt the boss. I don't know if boss melees will just straight up one-shot you. But that is sort of annoying. So it's probably going to be limited to fights where there's something you can take damage from easily. Like I'm trying to think. Like on Darkheart, I don't know that there's an easy way to take damage on Xavius before like Nightmare Bolt or Feed on the Weak. Aside from targeting the or taunting the boss. Dresseron, maybe. Do you have to get hit for what is it? 12% of your max health in a single hit. So the little ads probably don't do that. I don't know if there's an easy way to trigger bounce back before Earth-Shaking Roar. Oakheart, what is roots? Do they do damage? They do, but they probably don't tick for 12% of your health. This is the problem. I doubt any of this shit does 12% of your health in one hit. If it mattered, you could probably trigger it off of the shit on this fight from the little guys that poop on the ground, but I don't think you'll ever need it. You're probably never going to be the one soaking the leap. And then, see, in all, do we care about any of this? Is there anything on this fight you could do to take damage right before transfusion? I don't think so. Volcall, you just don't care. Razan, you don't care. Yasma, you don't care. Waycrest, Triad. I think the only one that you'd care about would be maybe Nettles. And you could just have Dampen ready or Cocoon ready for that probably every time. So it's probably not a huge deal. Goliath, maybe you could stand in a fire. But honestly, with the way that works, it does ticking damage. So basically, like, I don't even think you... I think it would naturally be useful. The first fire thing would trigger it, and then you just get the value of it. So I don't even think you'd have to try to proc it. You don't care on Raw. Don't think you care on Lord and Lady, and I guess unless you're worried about getting one shot on Gorak Tool. But I don't know if there's a way to proc it. Yeah. I guess limited usefulness on boss fights, but if there's even like 2 or 3 bosses in the game that you were otherwise going to die to something and bounce back lets you live it, then... How'd I do the CD timer? It starts counting down from... Well, I'll just show you. Starts counting down from when the ore is removed. There's a timer next to where the bar would go, so... Come on, dude. What the fuck? Deal some fucking damage, you pussy. Bro, there's no way that you haven't dealt... There we go. Okay, so this is what bounce back looks like. And then the timer pops up next to it. Like that. Actually, just realized I didn't line up the timer with the... Why is that not lined up correctly? What the fuck? Is it that? That's probably it. Okay. No, thank you. I actually didn't realize Monk just had a fucking talent that reduces all damage by 6%. Was it always that? Used to be 3. I was gonna say, I don't remember being 6 fucking percent. Bro, actually, Monk's defensives are not bad. This is kind of crazy, to be honest. Having 6%, that's what Druid has, and it's way less convenient to get it than that is. It's definitely not the first fucking thing down the middle of the chute. Druid has 6%. And then the only other defensive that Druid has for damage taken is just Bark Skin. And I'm pretty sure, well, you can get it in bear form, but I think I would honestly trade. I think I would trade monk defensives for druid defensives. If they both get 6% damage reduction, I think I'd rather have diffuse, dampen, bounce back, generous pour over bark skin, bear form, renewal, and I mean shit, you have expel harm. Expel harm basically does the same thing as renewal. Except on 15-second CD instead of a minute and a half CD. Fort Brew. Yeah, I wouldn't really count Fort Brew. It's like a super pain in the ass to take. But I do think those are, when you start stacking all those things up, I think that's just a better collection of defensive shit than Druid has. Because if you go check out the Druid tree, they have technically frenzied regen, but again, you have to get in fucking bear form to do it. And then sit in bear form for 3 seconds. And it's a 30% fucking heal, so not even like, now I guess it does increase your healing received by 20% while it's happening, but otherwise you've got Ironford that I've never pressed a single time. Oh yeah, the damage reduction on Druid is 2 talent points instead of 1. So Monk gets 6% for 1 talent point, Druid gets 6% for 2 talent points, and you have to go down this really cringy fucking side of the tree. They've got Matted Fur that gives you an absorb when you press Bark Skin, which is sort of nice, but also sort of overkill, because if you've already got Bark Skin rolling, then you probably didn't need an absorb on top of that. But, yeah, they've got Bark Skin duration increased by 4 seconds, and when your bark skin is up, you receive 20% more healing. And again, this kind of all falls under that umbrella of like, I guess it's sort of nice, but also seems like sort of overkill. If I've got bark skin rolling, I probably don't also need 20% more healing. I would rather split my defensives up, stagger them out, rather than combine them all together. So there's some value here. 6%. You got Matted Fur. You can come down here and get Well-Honed Instincts to get a low health heal proc. Which I would probably compare with like Bounce Back. I feel like those are kind of same idea. Well-Honed Instincts is, you can talent it down to a minute. And it's hard to count on it, but it's nice when it happens. Then you got Renewal that does 30% of your max health once every minute and a half. I think that's it. I mean, they've got some shit like healing increased by 6%. But I mean, Monk has the 8% more healing done to everyone around, to them and everyone around them. Healing taken by 4%. Show details of damage. Will I maintain multiple characters in Season 3 or just reroll if needed? I'll probably try to maintain a few out of the gate. My Druid and my Pally are already basically max high level. Monk and Priest are a bit further behind. I think they're both like 420-ish high level. I'll probably try to do weeklies on. I'll probably try to do weeklies on like Druid, Priest, Mistweaver, and Pally for the time being. But I'm also just not sure how much I give a fuck about doing keys this season. It'll probably depend on somewhat on how much other people want to do keys this season. And also depending on like one thing that I think I maybe care about too much each tier early is like slamming keys in the first few months. I think the Echo Boys have a better relationship with keys, where they're a lot of times they are basically just like fucked off for the first 6 weeks, 2 months of the season. Obviously they're progging and raid, but even afterwards, a lot of times there's not like they'll take several weeks off and just not really do anything. And then they'll kind of size up the meta after that point, and then they'll have like characters ready to go. And then when they're ready to push, then they don't waste any time. They just like, it's just like, all right, this is the week. We have our characters ready. Boom, slam it. Take rank 1 on the leaderboard. Wait for the next good Tyrannical week. Boom, slam it. All right. And then that's it. And I think I just need to be... I think I need to give less of a fuck about playing one character early on and spend more time playing several different characters and just not committing to like early, even if it's a push week early on, just be like, you know, if somebody's like, hey, you want to push? Just be like, no, no, I don't want to push. I would like to play several characters this week, get all of them geared up, and work on having them ready to go. Or at least if I identify one of them as meta a few weeks from now, that it's not so far behind at that point that I have to spend like a month catching it up. And then once you do get a beat on the meta, hopefully all of your characters are close enough that even if they need some more work, it's the kind of thing that you can finish up in like a week, not like a month. And just playing all your characters early on, I think you get a better sense of like what's feeling good, what isn't. You know, like this last season, it wasn't a coincidence that Zalia just came out on a Holy Paladin, and when nobody gave Holy Paladin a chance, Zalia just shows up on Holy Paladin and like dominates leaderboards. Like it's probably easy to forget with how broken Holy Paladin was after 10.1.5, but everyone said Paladin was going to be a good class in 10.1.5. Not Holy Paladin is good the entire time and it'll be especially good in 10.1.5. People kind of wrote it off until 10.1.5, but it was clear that he had played around on stuff and come to the conclusion that like, no, Holy Paladin is good right fucking now. Like this class is the class to push on immediately, not a month from now. And that's the kind of insight you only really get with experience. You could not have made that determination on Holy Paladin without having spent time on every healer, or at least most of them, played around with them and gone, you know what? These keys seem to go the best when I was on Holy Paladin. Like, it felt like I had all the things, you know, all the tools at my disposal to keep us alive. This is a Holy Paladin meta. You can't do that unless you play several different healers at like similar levels of keys and compare them against each other and just make that determination yourself. Just go like, yeah, when I play this spec, I just have... Did he really do that? I mean, he doesn't stream, so I don't have like evidence on hand of it, but I feel pretty confident that Echo is very rarely wrong about things when they play specs. It's the same way on MDI. And it's one thing that's commendable about them in esports is that when they make a call about something for like how to do a route, how to do what boss strat to use, what comp to use, shit like that. It may not be the best. They may not have come up with the very best thing, but they never come up with a thing that's objectively bad. Whereas most teams will have moments where you're just like, bro, what were they thinking? In virtually every instance, when you look at what Echo did, you can at least see why they thought, like, why somebody would think that was the correct call. And if they are wrong about it, it's only because somebody else came up with, you know, an even better approach to it, but not because Echo's was just shit. And so when they decide we're going to play these specs for the meta, it's almost always because they have an informed opinion. They've tested them out. They've come to their own conclusions. Like I'm sure they put some math behind it, but also some playtesting of just like, how does it feel when we run dungeons on this shit? And when you have that kind of like real world data, then you can be confident about your conclusions. And if you only ever theory crafted comps in your head and didn't go test them all out, you couldn't be as consistently correct in your calls as Echo is. That cannot be the result of like just guessing each time and being consistently lucky. That's the kind of consistency that you could only expect if you are just testing it every time and coming to a conclusion, and then your conclusion is supported by the data. So I'm confident that he tried out all the healers to some extent. Maybe he relied on opinions from other people. I don't know. Maybe when you're an Echo, there's no shortage of other guys in your guild that have a lot of playtime on different specs. So some of it may have been him reaching out to other healers in Echo and being like, yo, what's feeling good to you in keys right now? And maybe you narrow down your list a bit from that. If somebody's like, bro, don't play Resto Shaman, it's dog shit. Maybe you can be like, okay, noted. And maybe somebody tipped him off that was like, bro, you should give Pally a shot. Like, it feels really good. But he just had Pally ready to go. Like, that's the thing is, it wasn't like his Pally started doing keys in like 430 eye level and they worked it up. Like, his Pally it had good gear from the moment they started pushing keys. So he clearly knew that was what he wanted to play. But yeah. So anyway, all of that is to say, I may try to emulate more of that approach myself this season. Spend less time early on trying to push keys and more time just like working on characters and making sure that I've got experience on the ones that are good and that I can make my own conclusions about which ones feel the best and have all of them adequately geared up if I want to swap to them. And I am still holding out some hope to do WoW Esports this season, which, if that's the case, in a meta like this where it could be any number of healers, you want to make sure that you're ready to play all of them. Nothing feels worse in the MDI than getting caught not really knowing what you're doing on a healer and having your team be like, okay, I think it's that happened to me in Shadowlands season 3 with Holy Priest. That was like the one healer spec at that point. It was like the last healer spec I'd really spent no time on because Holy Priest had never been good, and it caught me off guard that it was going to be good. and so I hadn't really spent much time on it. And all of a sudden, we started seeing everybody play Holy Priest, and I was like, "Oh, Jesus Christ!" And so the team was like, "Yo, you ready to play Holy?" And I was like, "I can be." And then you just sit on the tournament realm for like 2 hours a day practicing your rotation, and you go into keys and like you're doing these pulls that you should be able to heal with your eyes closed on other specs, but you're like sweating your fucking ass off trying to keep people alive, knowing that like people are dying because you're not pressing the right buttons. And that's a really shitty feeling. So much better, much easier, much less stressful if you can come into a season and just be like, yeah, whatever we need to play, I can log on it and just jump right into a key and be ready to go. Honestly, the MDI has been it was almost like it was designed to force people to have every healer ready, because when you look through the meta for the MDI over time, in Legion it was Holy Pally and Resto Druid. In Shadowlands, or excuse me, in BFA, it was Resto Druid into... So, hold on. So, Holy Pally and Resto Druid in Legion, and then Resto Druid again in BFA into Mistweaver, and then a few weeks of Disc Priest at the start of Shadowlands into Holy Pally again for a couple seasons, then into Holy Priest, then at the start of Dragonflight, it was Evoker and Disc Priest, and then Resto Shaman got buffed at the very end. And whoops, this was Disc Priest. So anyway, throughout all of it, every spec has been meta enough that you needed to know what you were doing on it. Over the space of like 4 to 5 years of MDI, every spec has been meta enough that you needed to be able to play it for keys. Disc being about the only one where you could argue that like maybe you could have gotten away with not playing it. Maybe also slightly Resto Shaman. But yeah, it seemed like every season it was just a new one, like a new healer, new healer, new healer, new healer, new healer. Okay. Well, I think we may call it there. I actually intended to get on and play my priest on live and gear it up some more today, but then I got kind of like sidetracked with some monk UI shit and whatever. Short attention span, I guess. Tomorrow, I will probably get on live and play some keys on Disc Priest. Shit, maybe we'll do some Mistweaver keys too. I don't know. I'm starting to kind of feel it again after playing Mistweaver this weekend. So try to do some Disc keys, some Mistweaver keys, work on gearing them up a little bit. I will be leaving Wednesday for BlizzCon, so we've got tomorrow's stream and then probably a medium-ish length stream on Wednesday. Then we're gone Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and probably Sunday. We fly back Sunday. Probably not going to stream. It'll be pretty late, I think, relatively late in the day by the time we get back. So we'll be back next Monday, and then a couple days of streaming, and then 10.2, and hopefully it doesn't suck. So anyway, I hope you guys had fun watching. I had fun streaming as usual, primarily a Mythic Post stream, so if that's something you're interested in. How did I forget my fucking speech, dude? I like read chat and just fucking went blank. So if that's something you're interested in, now I don't even remember, dude. It's such an autopilot thing for me to say. I can't even consciously think of it. I just have to like start it up. It's like doing the ABCs and trying to pick it up halfway through. You like have to start it from this. It's like, okay, where's O? And you're like, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N. It's after N. Yeah. Well, anyway, we'll just fast forward to the end. So, anyway, we will see you tomorrow, and Hopefully get some Disc Priest and Mistweaver keys in. So, ta-ta.